Hello and welcome to another stream of Assassin's Creed Unity, continuing the music-only playthrough as part of celebrating the game's 10th anniversary. Hey there, Sona, welcome on in. I have appeared. How's things today? Nah, bro. Thank you. The wind is very crafty. Gotta be cautious. Thanks for the heads up. How's it going, nah, bro? Damn wind. I know, right? It can be a damn wind. And Sona, you're right, it can be a blessed wind. It can be both, depending on the situation. Hey there, Spectrum. How's things going for you today? As for me, doing really good. Feeling refreshed and having a good day. Let's see what skills I might now have access to after doing certain parts of the story. Oh yeah, that needs to be sequence 5, which is what we're up to. Same with that. Alright, so there'll be nothing new to unlock in that respect, but that's okay. Alright. Huh. That's weird. A little bit of a glitch there. Sony, you've been tired? You've been up for 15 hours on 4 hours of sleep. Holy shit. I don't blame you for feeling tired then, that's for sure. Spectrum, you stood in line for 1.5 hours today to vote. So that's how long you had to... Yeah, that's fair enough too. Thankfully here in Australia we don't have to wait too much, but then again, I like to sort of go when it's quietened down, usually around like lunchtime or afterwards. Sony, you escorted Graham to patient registration for hip replacement surgery and ended up getting a second wind. Oh, yeah, I definitely know what that's like too, as well. And you might have like nodding off and stuff, but then once you get past that, you get your second wind up as well. Well, that's good that you were there for her and were able to get her to her appointment and the surgery and everything. It's really good when people have someone that can help them out. This is a very stealthy color, isn't it? No one will notice Arno wearing this at all. Banano. Spectrum, at least it was a beautiful day for standing outside. Is there an AC movie? Well, that's good. Because that's the other thing too, like if you have to be outside somewhere, it's good if the weather can be suitable for that. There is Spectrum, yeah. There's only one so far. They released it in 2016. Michael Fassbender plays the main character in the present time, but also the ancestor. And the ancestor lives in Spain, actually around the same time Ezio was alive. So in like the 1400s to the late 1400s to the early 1500s. And it also has Marion Cotillard in it as well. She plays the daughter of the head of Abstergo, and Abstergo is the um, company owned by the Templars. And it's not a bad movie. Like, there's a lot of really good action sequences. There's a lot of really good acrobatics and parkour. There's a lot of really interesting sort of like visuals with the past time period and stuff. I kind of felt it spent a bit too much time in present day, but part of that is only because they wanted to make sure that people who hadn't played the games would be able to figure out what was going on a lot more easily. But all in all, it's not like an amazing adaptation, but I think it was decent. But yeah, the portions that take place in the past were much better. So the nurse called you and said there weren't any problems with the surgery, and she woke up when they guessed the anesthesia wore off. The family members who talked to her said she sounds good too. Oh, that is excellent news, Sona. That's good. It's always a relief to know that things went well, because sometimes you might get worried, or there might be some things that you think, oh, is it going to be like longer than they expected and stuff. So that's good that it's all really good. We're going to go with the yellow look for Arno today. It was all yellow. Okay, so going to be doing some more Paris stories. Got this one here, Devilishly Tricky. I wonder if that would be good for speedrunners who need to get across the water. Like, it wouldn't be a massive time save, but being able to make Arno extend how much he can traverse on top of the water before diving into it. You got to time your jumping right to make it look like he's literally walking on water for a split second before using that momentum to jump forward and then dive. So another good thing is that your mum gave you your early birthday present, so you went to eat at a restaurant since hospital food is bland. Well, that's definitely understandable too, as well. But that's great. Sounds like you had a great time for your birthday then. That's awesome. Happy birthday to you, Sona. Oh, I see, Sona. Yes, it's on the 16th. There's no worries at all. Yeah. Well, that's good though to have an early birthday gift. Sometimes places that I'm a member of, like if it's a retailer or something, sometimes they'll send out like a voucher or something, or send an email with a voucher for certain things when it's your birthday month. So now you're at a Mexican restaurant and ordered chicken beef soft tacos. Oh, very nice. That sounds really, really good. Hey, Bioshock. How's it going today? Welcome. Hey there, Dobledore. Good evening to you as well. How's things going? Oh, that's excellent, Dobledore. I'm glad to hear that it's going good. Glad it's the weekend. I don't blame you for feeling that way. Yeah, it can be a good feeling when it gets the weekend finally. Alright, so there was only one bit of music that I think we hadn't heard before, and that was at the start of that Paris story. Because I don't remember every single Paris story's music. I don't know which Paris stories have music at all, or which ones have music that we haven't heard yet versus music that we have heard yet until I actually hear it. So the only way I can know is to actually do it. So now you have your AirPods in and can really feel the bass. Oh, you can? Oh, cool. Yeah, and then you don't have like the sounds of the sort of like sound effects of the game world as well. Make it a bit more clearer with the music. Sony, yeah, not just through your phones, but your speakers as well. I got you, yeah. Well, that's definitely good to have sound in ways that can really boost, certain aspects of it. So you played the alto saxophone all 4 years of high school, so you appreciate music. Oh, that is good. Yeah, there's elements of music that I imagine you'd be able to identify as well that others might not. Like, I'm not good at identifying necessarily what element of a piece of music I might want to isolate and talk about and be like, right, this particular little part here. Plus, I mean, it's hard when you're streaming too. Like, if I was doing an edited video, I could obviously slow things down, so I'd be able to be like, this part of the music here, and then I'd be able to cut in right where the music actually is that I'm talking about. But when doing it live, it's a bit hard because by the time I say this part here, that could mean any part because there's a little bit of a delay when I say stuff. Um, but being able to recognize the instrumentation in something would be good too if you want to kind of emulate it as well, because then you can be like, ah, right, this sounds like this, and be able to not only read music but also be able to just hear it, and by hearing it instantly know, ah, right, this is this octave or this is this. Sona, thank you so very much for those gift subs. That's excellent of you to do. Thank you so very much. Congratulations to Evolved, Swayze, You're a Wizard, and Dutch Tater Salad. Congratulations on getting those gift subs. Thank you so much, Sona, for doing that. And thank you for giving a gift sub as well to Sky Pacer. Thank you very, very much. Sona, from my birthday to you. Well, thank you very much for that, Sona. That's very generous of you. Muchly appreciated. I like the objective. Speak to the manager. I'd like to see the manager, please. I am the manager. Well, I want to see your manager. But he's away on holiday. I don't care. I want you to ring him this instant, and I want you to put him on the phone to me. But he really doesn't. I don't care. I'm the customer, and the customer's always right. But this is the wrong store. No, it's not. It's like, it is. You're looking for the electronics store. This is the clothing store. Do you think I'm that stupid to not know the difference between the two stores? I want to speak to your manager anyway. Manager's creed. Or Karen's creed. Sorry. Karen's creed, the three tenets. Number 1, ask to speak to the manager. Tenet 2, ask to speak to the manager. And tenet 3, ask to speak to the manager. Nothing is my fault. Everything's staff fault. Ah, the diamonds. Diamonds are forever. Hello there, Starlight. You, mustard yellow. Absolutely. I thought for a laugh I'd have Arno wear this color for this stream. How are you climbing up with zero foothold? That is the magic of Arno. He doesn't need any footholds. He can just be all hands. Hands and wrists. How's it going, Star? Welcome. Star, going good. You're just freezing your rear off in your daughter's room since she wanted company. Ah, okay. So it's very, very cold where you are at the moment. I don't mind it when it's cold, but not when it's too freezing. Come on, game. Why are you glitching for? I pressed the button to interact with him. Star, Texas isn't cold, but just AC works best in the daughter's room somehow, does it? Oh, okay. Something with the difference in airflow in that part of the place, maybe? So that was glitched, but not to the point where it wouldn't progress. It was just glitched to the point where the dialogue that's supposed to actually play with that Schmidt guy didn't play. And so the time it takes normally for that dialogue to happen had to be waited for until the fight started. I wonder if that's a glitch that's brought upon the fact that I don't have the dialogue track on at all. Hey there, Keone. Welcome. Going around with Arno wearing the stealthiest color in the world, doing some para stories. How's things going with you? Keone, you doing good? Oh, that's excellent. That's good to hear. Yellow assassin costume is very sneaky. It really is. Like you'll be blindsided by how bright it is that you won't even know who it is that's wearing it. Starlight, it'd be ugly. There's also some like sickly green color scheme that isn't very nice. I mean, there is a green color scheme in this that is good, but there's also a sickly green. Yeah, Star, it's pretty oof. Let me see if I can subject you to it. Trying to, I mean, that one wasn't so bad, Marsh Dweller. But I think it's not this one. I think it's this one, is it? I know there was a green one that was really, really sickly green. Like you got this one, which I don't mind. Then you got infinite green. It might have been this one. Yeah, I think it was. I think it was this one. Starlight. Shrek Green looks like a bad case of runs. The Templars would be like, "You get away from me." Thanks, Soda. Star, you have 53 followers and you don't stream. You don't know how that works. It's interesting, actually. Yeah, it's funny. Like, unless they think that you might end up streaming one day, so they want to have you in their follow list. So no, it's just as good as your rage moments. Yeah, you get from one extreme to the other on this channel. Well, you get rage moments, you get calm moments, then you get laughing moments. Hey there, Raid. You see Arno's wearing his It's Peanut Butter Jelly Time outfit. Such a bright outfit. No one would know it was him. Right now, all he needs is a baseball bat. So, now one of your friends you play COD with has the monotone anger. He doesn't just yell an exaggerated sigh. Oh, really? Yeah. Well, that's fair enough, too, as well. There's definitely a lot of moments in games where you do want to do that kind of sighing. It's not peanut butter jelly. Don't disgrace nuts that way. This is hot dogs and mustard time. That's a good point. I mean, the hot dog red comes into play when there's blood involved with Arno fighting enemies while wearing the yellow outfit. So now you put ketchup on your hot dogs? Oh, very nice. Yeah, I haven't had hot dogs for a long time. I actually don't mind them either with melted cheese. So you put both and pickles? Oh, nice. Yeah, I don't mind pickles for some stuff. So you're not the biggest mustard fan, unless it's honey mustard on chicken nuggets. Oh, yeah. Yeah, I don't mind honey mustard flavored snacks. Like some of them. I have had some that are terrible tasting. Ray, whenever you get pissed off, externally you seem fine, but internally you're thinking the most murderous things you can imagine. Yeah, it can be like that too, you know. Like after a while, if there's a section in a game that I'm trying over and over again, I'll get to that stage where I get really, really angry, and then I'll just go silent until I get it done. Star, your husband was the same way with yellow mustard. He lost a bet, had to take a spoonful of yellow mustard straight off a spoon. Oh, that'd be like having to take a big giant tablespoon scoop of Vegemite and having to eat it in one go. Like I'm wincing now just thinking about how bitter that would taste. Rage, you may as well be a practicing Buddhist with how calm you seem. Yeah. I mean, that's the thing too. Like, you bring up a good point though about being on the outside looking like you're all calm, but on the inside not being. And that's the thing that can be deceiving about when we see people do something. It might look like it's, not affecting them. They might be breezing through it, or they might seem to be not too worried about what they're going through, but that might just be how it looks because of their facial expression is not registering or not showing, what they're actually feeling on the inside when they're going through it. Rage, you once saw a streamer take a spoonful of Marmite on stream. Didn't go over well. Oh, yeah. I don't think that would have gone over well. That's for sure. Yeah, if I have one piece of advice for anyone who's never had Vegemite before, if someone offers it to you and they just give you a spoonful of it, it's a trap. Because I can tell you now, unless you really like bitter, bitter tasting food, you're really going to have a hard time eating that spoonful of Vegemite. It's much better to just get a tiny bit of it and spread it on a sandwich or something, and then give it a taste test. And if it's not too strong, then you might be able to put a bit more on. But yeah, don't ever trust anyone who's just like, here, have this Vegemite. I've got it on a spoon for you. And if you do, just, you know, taste a little bit of it with your tongue first before you actually bite into it, because yeah, you might get a shock otherwise. That was some interesting music there. Star, you used honey mustard with chicken and waffles? You have never tried Vegemite. You don't think you ever will. I don't blame you, Star. It can be an acquired taste as well. Whenever I have it too on a sandwich, I never have it on its own. I always like to have butter with it because it sort of can help also with the taste of it. Right, apparently it tastes like liquid bread. Liquid bread. Liquid burnt bread, you mean? Ugh, damn. So now you love sour foods and can eat salt and vinegar chips. Salt and vinegar chips are fabulous, Star. Yeah, well that's fair enough, Sona. I mean you might like Vegemite as well, like without it being put on a sandwich or something. I mean it's not like it's supposed to be eaten from the jar or anything, but usually it's been used on sandwiches or also cracker biscuits as well can be used on that too. Toasted sandwiches is pretty nice. But yeah, salt and vinegar chips, I don't mind them, but I have to have them every so often. I can't, like have too much of them too quickly in a row. So you bought them thinking your younger cousins wouldn't eat them after getting used to the taste. They claimed your bag of chips. They were like, "This is delicious. We want all of it." So now, growing up, when you had a sore throat, your gram Olga would give you a tablespoon of vinegar. Oh, so how was that? How would that work? Would that actually do the job? One of the details I've enjoyed with this playthrough and the music only is when in combat, the music will do certain strike sounds, if you will, when you do certain fight moves, which I think is really cool. Adds a bit more punctuation to the music in the combat. Where it's like do 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 zin, something like that. Doesn't sound exactly like that, but it's like a searing, piercing sort of like piece in the music that happens when your blade goes through an enemy. So, do you think the taste would distract you from the feeling that you had in your throat? The brain processes information based on intensity. Well, that definitely makes sense then, you know. Um, and it also reminds me of a funny scene in the movie Major Payne, where this guy is in extreme pain from being shot, and Major Payne, played by Damon Wayans, is like, I've got a little trick to keep your mind off that pain. So what he does is he takes the little finger of the guy and breaks it, and then that makes the guy feel more pain about the finger than about being shot. It's a part in that movie I've always remembered. But it's also a setup for a joke later where there's a kid who's having problems, and um, the person, I don't know what her role is in the junior military, or what it might be, but um, he's telling a bedtime story to the kid, and in one scene, but he goes to do the finger trick by breaking the finger on the kid, but luckily he gets stopped though. But Ray, do you really love the music in Ancestors, and you especially love how the vocals in it increases in intensity the more clan members you have following you? That's really cool. Like, I haven't played it myself, but I've seen gameplay of it. Crocodiles mainly are streaming it. He's done a couple of playthroughs of it now. And what I liked was the visuals and everything when you're in a part of the world that is new, and so it's like very scary. Like, I like how they represented how the ape that you're playing as is experiencing the fear. You love that. That is a hilarious movie, Sony. You're not wrong there. And for fans of Splinter Cell, Michael Ironside, who plays Sam Fisher, is actually in that movie too. He plays an asshole though. He plays the I think he's the stepfather of one of the kids who is in the military school, and basically Major Payne kicks his ass. But that's the great thing about Michael Ironside. He can play good and he can play bad really well. Right, the fear thing gets annoying after a while though, does it? I gotcha. Yeah, that's the thing. Some things that when you only see bits of it might not be as annoying as when you actually have to experience more of it constantly. So another good movie you think is another good movie quote you think is from Bulletproof. My ass fell asleep. I didn't know an ass could fall asleep. It's all tingly and shit. Now that is a movie I've not seen for a very long time, but that's that one with Adam Sandler and Damon Wayans in it. Yeah, yeah, that was so funny. There was a sitcom that Damon Wayans was in for a little bit, but I can't remember what it was called now. But I saw some of that when it was aired on television here, and it was pretty, wasn't too bad. Yeah, Sona. So it's been a long time since I saw that movie Bulletproof, but I thought it was quite good actually. I think Adam Sandler and Damon Wayans work well together. And the funny thing is, now that I think about it, the first time I watched an Adam Sandler movie was Happy Gilmore, and I actually watched it back to back with Major Payne for the first time. So it's cool that actors from those two movies ended up being in a movie together. It was actually quite good, like the idea of these guys who are really, really close friends, but then it turns out that Damon Wayans' character is actually an undercover cop who's been assigned the case to, get, I think, Adam Sandler's character's father or something. I can't remember the plot exactly, but it's one of those things where he finds out that this friend of his for years is actually an undercover cop, and something else happens, and they're forced to join forces together or something. Right, the fear thing doesn't happen if you're playing as an elder, but elders have half health and energy. Oh, that's fair enough too. I mean, that kind of makes sense as well because they're sort of like quote unquote getting older and on the way out. Hey there, Ronnie. Rod, it's nice to see you before your bedtime. Absolutely, dude. Welcome on in. How's your day been? I hope you're feeling better than yesterday. Rhaegar just watches as you murder two of his friends. No big deal. Yeah, he's just like, I didn't like them anyway. I would have done it myself if I wasn't lazy. Ronnie stabbed those Frenchies. These French Templars. And Dr. Ronnie at Raid. Maybe he was like, he probably has gotten all the murder out of his system. I'll be fine. Wrong. I ended up looking on YouTube because I'd like to compile my own list of scenes from Arnie's movies so that when people redeem the Arnie movie scene impression, I can have more to choose from but quicker. Because sometimes when you look on IMDb, they might only have two or three exchanges of dialogue from the scene, but I know that the scene in the movie actually goes longer and there's more dialogue. So um, I looked at some more Arnie movies and scenes on YouTube to compile some more of that. Because after a while, it gets annoying trying to find something substantial, only to be like, oh, great, they've only got like half the scene on IMDb. Ronnie, you feeling a bit better? You got the notes back from your editor on your second novel, and it was very positive. You're thrilled about this book. I think you're going to eventually like it. There are zombies in it. Dude, that is amazing. I'm glad to hear that you're getting that great feedback. That would definitely be awesome to get that feedback from it, and it must feel surreal at times as well to have that happen. Zombies. Brains. Sorry, I had a frog in my throat. Ronnie, first paragraph from your editor. First off, a very fun idea and not something you've run across before. It takes the well-worn trope of characters trying to survive a zombocalypse and reunite with their loved ones and does something original with it. Not easy to do with the zombie genre, so well done. Oh man, that is excellent feedback. That's when you know you're onto something as well, when it does something unique and original and very different. Start, ribbit, rabbit, rabbit. Oh yeah, Ronnie, I don't blame you at all. It can be very hard to do things that especially require a certain part of your body, like the vocals and all that too when you're not feeling well. Right? Is there a specific reason you're killing everyone in your path? There's several. Sometimes because I feel like it. Other times because I want to make sure that the music in combat doesn't interfere with any other music that might play outside of combat. So I want to get the enemies out of the area and kill them as quickly as possible for that too. Ronnie, did I tell you that last week you had dinner with Method Man from the Wu-Tang Clan to talk about a project that you're working on together? No. No, that's really cool. Like, I don't know too much about them, but I have heard of them before, and also have heard of Method Man. I think Limp Bizkit even did something with him, but I'm not sure though. Maybe they just mentioned him in their lyrics. But that's really cool, Ronnie. That's awesome as well. Like, it can be a small world, Like, I often think about back when you didn't have things like YouTube and Twitch and things like that, and you think back to the exposure that people might have had to certain individuals who worked in certain industries. Like for example, there's a lot of actors who actually act in video games who actually become streamers, things like that. And it can create a smaller world. So it's just amazing to think, like, who would have thought, Ronnie, like, years ago, who would have thought that you would have been one day having dinner with him, talking about a project? Right, trying to fight near trees or poles in this game is an absolute nightmare. It really is, especially when the enemy is able to get out of what could have been their end, and you are sort of like dumbfounded for a split second because the game won't let you respond. So now some people just want to watch the world burn. That is so true. Like Joker, for instance. Right, especially French-Austrian dudes dressed like a banana. Banano, we can call him. Hey there, Lizzie. How's things going today? Star Wu-Tang. Didn't they do a video game as well, I think? Raid, you worked at one of Wu-Tang's shows once. Oh, nice, Raid. How was the experience? Ronnie, he's a cool guy. He wanted a scientist to help with some technical aspects of a cartoon that he's developing. That is really cool too, Ronnie. You know, like having work, like being in a certain industry and being able to use that knowledge that you've gained and the experience to help, creatively with something as well. Like that's really cool. Star, those guys are one of your favorite K-pop rappers' inspiration. Oh, really? Oh, cool. Ronnie Wu-Tang had a Mortal Kombat style game. Oh, nice. Ronnie, it was called Wu-Tang Shaolin style. Oh, nice. Wu-Tang Shaolin style. Didn't they also, or was it RZA, or maybe RZA worked with them? I know I'm having these memories now of things like them working on the Kill Bill movie, for example. But I don't know if Wu-Tang worked with them or. Oh, really? So RZA, Dr. Ronnie is called RZA. Ah, okay, cool. So are they separate or are they like an offshoot of Wu-Tang? Star, your phone is telling you there might be rain in the morning. You don't need rain, you need typhoons. Well, you never know. You might end up getting a typhoon. Ronnie, you think he has a PhD in physics? Oh, pardon me, very nice. Liz, you can't wait until your friend gets his music more well known, especially since he wants to record at Abbey Road. Oh yeah, because that's definitely a really famous studio, isn't it? Wasn't that where the Beatles were signed for, I think? But that'd be good, Lizzie. It's always good to see people that you really want to support getting to, a really good level of things. So all those hurricanes that hit Florida should have come here. Yeah, they definitely got a mess of it, didn't they? Ronnie, the Wu-Tang Clan was a bunch of people that all worked together. Method Man, RZA, Old Dirty Bastard, Ghostface Killer, and more. All cool. Yeah, because some of those names I recognize, but not Old Dirty Bastard and Ghostface Killer. They're all from Staten Island, New York. Okay, you're off to bed. Maybe you'll be fortunate to wake up before you end the stream. You'll leave a lurk. Thank you so very much for doing that, Dr. Ronnie. I'm glad that you're feeling better today. Thank you so much for popping in. I really do appreciate that. I hope that you get some really good rest as well. Would like to highly recommend checking out Dr. Ronnie's channel. He's doing his first ever playthrough of Ghost of Tsushima. He's also a fan of the Assassin's Creed series, as well as the Red Dead Redemption series, also GTA, also the Spider-Man games as well. He actually changes what hat he's wearing depending on what game he's playing. And he's actually a doctor and scientist in real life. And he's also a writer, author as well. And he's a great streamer with a really great channel, so definitely recommend. Thank you for leaving the lurk as well, Ronnie. So to the east coast, basically, was the entirety of it, yeah. Star, you want your lake back. The area near the dam smells horrid. Oh, does it? Oh, no. Lizzie, that was their studio, and you believe Paul and Ringo still record there sometimes, but don't quote you on it. Oh, that's fair enough, Lizzie. Pardon me, yeah, that's no worries at all. Yeah, because I think there's a famous picture of them walking across the crossing that's there. That's all good for the shout out, Ronnie. Absolutely no worries at all, dude. Definitely see you again soon. Oh yeah, Raid, absolutely. The ragdoll physics in this game. Yeah. Ragdoll physics in games can lead to so many funny moments too. Like I remember playing GTA 4, and I still find it funny when it happens, but just the ragdolling that happens when you get hit by a vehicle and you're going so fast in yours that you fly through the windshield. It's funny because Arno's outfit doesn't look yellow when blending in with the crowd because of what happens when you blend the effect over the top. It makes it look more like he's wearing the beige outfit color scheme. I hate how you can't parkour down over that little fucking gap all the time. It's not 100% fucking reliable. Oh my fucking god. I hate when enemies are protected from being shot, even though there's actually an opening behind the fucking fence part. This really fucking annoys me. Inconsistent programming in any game annoys the fucking shit out of me. Something can be done once, it should be able to be done every single fucking time for the rest of eternity of the game's existence. Lizzie, though you hate feeling like this, but after facing your own mortality, you've been very protective of them. Oh, I don't blame you, that's for sure. It will definitely put a lot of things into perspective. Rage, you once heard from someone that, in Oblivion, someone once clipped through a wall and ragdolled so violently the noise sounded like 1,000 thunderstorms coming out of Zeus's ass. Now, you never saw that yourself, so you're just going to have to use your imagination, but it sounds hilarious. That would be so funny to actually see. Yeah, Lizzie, right? Imagine the dead body just bouncing around. It's so funny, like in these games where you kill an enemy and some invisible force is pulling them up off the ground and then they get stretched out and then they spin up into the air into nothing. Rage, you really hate the climbing in this game because it feels too much like you're on a fixed grid or something. Like you can't just hop around and grab anything like in AC1. Yeah, there's definitely that kind of feeling. I'd say, though, you can climb up things much quicker in this than in AC1. Whereas in AC1, it's more about the hand placement of the character because there's a lot more sort of like versatility with Altair's hands and feet when climbing and stuff. But there's definitely moments in this where you would think that simply holding up on the control stick would make the character put their hand to the left or to the right of something. But no, you have to actually diagonally push the control stick and do that as well. You know, little things here and there that can be annoying. But there's also a certain there's a certain weighted feeling to how Arno moves as well. It's kind of like the GTA and Red Dead Redemption games. Like you can feel there's a certain way that they've programmed the character's body to feel like when you're controlling it. They did a similar thing with Arno in this. He doesn't quite feel the same controlling him as the other protagonists were. There sort of seems like this weighted feeling to him a little bit. Like you can feel that when he's moving through an area, there's a little bit of weight that has to shift through the area. You know what I mean? Like it's not just a sort of like completely fluid thing. But when he's leaping across stuff, though, it looks like he's floating a lot of the times as well. As you hope to take your daughter to her first concert, hopefully next summer. Oh, that'd be a great experience for both of you to do, Lizzie. Raid or Infamous, that game had really good parkour because you could just jump around all you wanted, even going off the ledge of a building if you wanted to. Yeah, that was the other thing, right? Like, it's been, even since Assassin's Creed 1, it's been one of those things where you can tell the players as much as you want that there's certain things that they're doing wrong, but not every player will want to admit it, or they don't want to accept that they're just pressing the wrong buttons at the wrong time, and then they're just blaming the game when it's their fault, you know. But then there's plenty of times where it is the game's fault, you know what I mean? Like in Assassin's Creed 1, for example, if you hold down all the buttons to sprint, you're naturally going to have the character jumping off of shit all the time because you're holding down all the buttons. If you don't want that to happen, you don't hold down all the buttons. Otherwise, the character will jump off of things you don't want them to jump off of. If you just want them to go to the edge, you just walk the character to the edge and they won't go off it. If you want the character to hang off the edge after running, you just jog and go over the edge. But if you want the character to jump, you need to be sprinting across. So there's essentially three different things you need to do to sprint. You need to hold down the control stick, you need to hold down one of the R buttons, and you need to hold down one of the face buttons, usually X or A, whatever it might be on which controller you've got. And holding all those down will make the character sprint. Whereas if you just hold the control stick, they'll walk. If you just hold the control stick and the right button, they'll just jog. I can't use it here because this game is different, but a lot of the reasons why people jump off of shit without realizing it or wanting to is because they're holding down all the buttons to sprint instead of holding down the buttons that will prevent the character from jumping when they don't want them to, especially when they're going off and, going near an edge. Ray, when Arno jumps, it feels more like he floats from point A to point B, which makes the jumping seem inconsistent. Yeah, I mean, I think they could have worked on that, but at the same time, I don't like it being too rigid as well. I think you need to allow for a bit of a unrealistic element to your parkour and a realistic one. And it's getting that balance right as well. Lizzie, also hoping he teaches you how to break down music gear so you can actually serve some use while talking to him. Oh, well, that's fair enough, Lizzie. I mean, it's good to have extra knowledge about stuff. Um, but at the same time, like, don't feel like you're any less of a person because you can't communicate to someone in a way that is on the same level of knowledge in something. You know what I mean? Like, I'm sure that they don't mind if you don't know all the musical jargon or all the terminology that you need to know if you're going to be a musician or anything, you know. It's like when, giving feedback on something, you may not have any experience in the creation of something that you're giving feedback on, but it's up to the person who did have an involvement in the creation to interpret or translate what the feedback is and then think, okay, so if this is the feedback, then what is it that they're saying that needs to be fixed from a perspective of these are the things that needed to be done from a technical level. So what is it about the technical aspect of this thing that the person has an issue with? You know, it's like if someone gives feedback on a video game, for example, and they're like, I just don't like how the character controls. Well, you need a bit more information, you know, so it's up to the person receiving the feedback to ask more questions to clarify, like, do you mean when the character's just moving normally, or do you mean when you're actually fighting? You know, and then the person might be able to say, oh, you know, when you're fighting. And so then the person with the technical experience and knowledge has to then go, right, okay, so if that's what they're having problems with, what is it about the technical aspect of it that I need to fix to make sure that doesn't happen, you know? I mean, sure, it might make it 100% easier if the person knows exactly what is wrong. Like, if someone is able to say, yeah, I think you need to change the coding here so it's not as, so it doesn't make this effect happen. You know, like, if someone had that level of knowledge, then the person who has the technical expertise would be able to know straight away exactly what the person's talking about. But for someone who doesn't, all they can really say is, you know, it just feels like something's off, like the way the character moves through the environment feels like they're being restricted or something. And then the person can be like, ah, okay, so if that's the case, then that means that we need to do something with the coding here, you know, to fix that. Because you just don't want to be in the way and not to do anything. Also, you're hoping to pick up the guitar yourself. Well, that's good too, as well. Like musical instruments and stuff, it's good when people can actually learn how to use them. I mean, I'm not good at using musical instruments and never will be, but that's okay because it doesn't matter if I don't. Um, but it is cool to see people who are able to grasp how to play an instrument and then end up being able to play things well. You can tell when I'm pissed off with a group of enemies when I drop 50 smoke bombs in a row. We're not anonymous anymore. The enemy's lost sight of me. Fucking hurry up. There we go. Hate how you have to wait 50 fucking minutes for the enemies to completely stop looking for you, even though you're completely out of their fucking vision field. But you have to wait all that time before you can interact with someone. Because yeah, in real life, Arno wasn't able to talk at someone while enemies were fucking after him. I'm sure in real life for Arno, there was some invisible force field that was preventing his lips from fucking moving to talk to the character. He's like, oh, I can't talk because there's an enemy 500 meters away that might hear me. Like, give me a fucking break. And Lizzie, not you thinking that was the actual dialogue. I haven't had it for a while, but I do have a channel point redeem that's deactivated at the moment where in games where I can actually replay cutscenes, I turn the dialogue volume off, but I keep the music and sound effects on, and then during a cutscene, I dub the characters with the Arnie impression. You thought Arno was complaining? No. It's so funny. This character here, you can't hear their voice, of course, in this playthrough, but in the English language version of this game, they sound like an adult, but in the French language version of this mission, the voice of the prince here, quote unquote prince, because it's not actually the real prince, is a child's voice, or it's an adult doing a child's voice, like they do in a lot of games. Like, for example, the characters of Claudia Auditore and also Petruchio Auditore are actually done by the same person, Angelo Galuppo. There we go. He wasn't the real prince after all. So all that for someone who wasn't the prince. Sona, back in your room, your cell phone screwed up your magnetic keycard. You had to get issued a new one. Oh no. That'd be so frustrating. Hey there, Lucas. How's your day going? Lucas, you're going good. You got a new phone, so you're figuring it out. Oh, that's excellent. That's good to hear. And that's always interesting when you get a new phone, having to get used to a lot of the different settings, maybe. Be right back. Alrighty then, I'm front. And nah, bro, people always say be right back. Why not say be left front? I know, right? Should make that a thing. I'll be left front. So, you love it? Yeah. Be left front. No, bro, we've just made history. Hashtag be left front. Sona, thank you so very much for giving a gift sub to Narbro. That's awesome of you to do. Thank you. And congratulations, Narbro, on getting the gift sub. Lizzie, thanks. I hate it. Nice one. Nicely done. I don't allow my kids to sleep during the day since I learned that kidnapping is illegal. Thanks for redeeming that as a Arnie impression. Dr. Darling, welcome on in. That reminds me of Legend of Zelda, Ocarina of Time, um, where there's a joke that's made where it's like, did you hear about the kidnapping? And then the other person's like, oh no, what happened? And then the other guy's like, they woke up. Was he just joking? You were being funny. I know. I definitely knew. It was a play on saying the opposite instead of be right back, be front, be left front, or be be left front.
What did the cupcake say to the icing? Without you, I'm muffin.
Nicely done too. A play on nothing. So, and what did the buffalo say to his son as he left? Bye, son. Very nice. Pass and done. What is your favorite AC game? Let me see. It would have to be Assassin's Creed. Um, it would have to be Assassin's Creed Rogue, I would say, is my favorite Assassin's Creed game. Just kidding, it's not. It's Assassin's Creed 2. But you've already asked me this before in the last stream, and you also asked Crocodiles twice on different streams what his favorite AC games were, so. But yeah, mine, again, is AC2. Now, bro, that mustard yellow. Absolutely. As you know, right? Such a great color. Yes, Sona, I won't let that one go through. Yeah, now, bro, Rogue. In an alternate universe, maybe, that's my favorite one. Lizzie, it's obviously Rogue. Oh, yeah. Lizzie, see, you hate the game so much, you butchered the name. Oh, that's all good. I know which one you meant. So in your joke, you made an oopsie. Yeah. Yeah, there's some things I don't mind letting go through, but there's other things where it's just on the edge of things that I don't want to become a discussion topic in the stream. Now, bro, you go back and forth a lot with your favorites because all the early games, especially, are so good. Oh yeah, that can be true too. You know, and then there's games that might, when you play them again, you might think, oh, I actually like this more than I, thought I might. Oh, that's all good, Sona. There's no worries at all. Lizzie, we're all comedians today, apparently. Oh, yeah. But it's good to see the funny side of things as well when you can. I know it's not always easy, but humor and comedy can definitely help out with certain things, especially if you're feeling down or something. Having a good laugh can be effective. Now, bro, on the surface, Rogue had a lot of potential that went nowhere fast. Yeah, in a lot of ways too, the story is really rushed. It's like, oh, we quickly need to have some reason why Shay turns to the Templars. I know, let's come up with a situation where he doesn't try to reason with Achilles. He just runs in there like a um, ranting lunatic, even though he had months on a ship to sort of like go through things in his mind and how he was going to approach stuff. But in the end, he just runs in there going, yeah, 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 yeah. It's just like, calm down, chill out for a little bit. It's devastating what happened, yes. Just calm down and talk things through and actually figure out whether or not Achilles actually knew. But that's the fundamental thing. It's like, I get it, you want the assassins to look bad, but there's ways of doing that without compromising the actual assassins to do so, you know what I mean? Assassin's Creed 3 does it so beautifully with Haytham at the start of the game and also throughout as well with Connor and stuff. There's just so many different ways you could have handled having the assassins be in the wrong about something or perceived to be in the wrong. Like an alternate story could have been there was something in Shay that the Templars recognized from afar, and they put a plan into motion to sabotage the assassins by making it look like they were responsible for something devastating, when in actuality it was the Templars that caused it, but they shifted the blame to the assassins. And they manipulate Shay into believing the propaganda. But Shay doesn't 100% believe them straight away, so he's still a little bit skeptical. So the Templars have to work harder to actually fake prove to him that the assassins were in the wrong. But don't have the player know this information. Like, don't have the player know that the assassins aren't behind it. Have that be revealed later. But also have it that Shay turns to the Templar side and only the player knows. And then Shay essentially becomes a double agent for the Templars within inside the assassins, feeding them intel. So you could do a thing where you had a mission as Shay where you would have to do whatever the assassins wanted you to do, but you would also have to go off on a tangent and steal something for the Templars, for example. And then once you stole it for the Templars, you had to leave it in a certain spot to be picked up later by one of the Templar agents, And also have missions where you have to intentionally sabotage it for the assassins, set up other assassins to make them take the fall for stuff. Things like that. They could have done something like that with the story. You can do so much with character perspectives as well. Like, if you look at everything that Haytham goes through at the start of Assassin's Creed 3, there's a lot of things that are vague, like, usually when you're playing the Assassin's Creed games as an assassin, you're told what your objective is, like who your target is. You're given information about this kind of stuff. But when we play as Hatham at the start of AC3, we don't know why the target needs to be killed because we're just going off the assumption that we're playing as an assassin. So it's like, oh yeah, we just need to kill this character because we're playing as an assassin. And the other characters that become Templars, the way that they're portrayed is through the eyes of Hatham. And of course, through his eyes, he doesn't see any wrong with the Templars. But there's sort of hints, obviously, that there's something not quite right with the other quote unquote assassins that you're meeting because of just some of the ways that they're wanting to do things. And what they also do to try and add to the hiding of the fact that Hatham's a Templar is they do this sort of like thing about Edward Braddock, where there's this event that happened that Hatham hates Edward Braddock for, and it's one of the reasons why he wants to kill Braddock is because he's betrayed them. So all these elements are hinting at certain things, but it's not until later that we find out about it. But then when we see things from Connor's perspective, we're seeing the Templars for how they really actually are, not how they themselves perceive themselves to be and how they perceive their other allies to be like. We see their true colors. So you can do that within narratives. You can make the reader or the player or the viewer think one thing about characters that they're following, but in actuality there's something else that gets revealed later, and then you start to show things from the other perspective. And I feel like they needed to do that with Rogue, but the way that they do it is they just come up with a easy way to make the assassins look bad, instead of coming up with a way that actually makes a sort of like narrative sense, but also adds a little bit of complexity with perspective shifts and everything like that. Like in Splinter Cell Double Agent, for example, there's objectives that are for the NSA, who you're actually working for, but there's also objectives for the JBA, which is the terrorist group that Sam is being a double agent inside of. And doing these things for either side will increase or decrease the trust meter that you have with either organization. So I feel like Rogue could have done something similar like that, except it didn't have any sort of like system in place where you had like a trust meter or anything, but just the idea of going off while on a mission for one side and doing things for the other side without one side knowing that you're doing it, hopefully if you do it right. Okay, this time I'm actually going to grab the rope ladder. I was doing the free-flowing talking thing where the part of my brain that's controlling my hands, controlling the controller, goes on autopilot while I'm thinking about what I'm actually saying. So I'll wait until I get it, then I'll catch up on chat. Alright, now that I've got the rope ladder, Dr. Darling, so you started the stream when it was around 5:30 a.m. your time. Hell no, you ain't waking up that early. You're not? Why not, Dr. Darling? You have to wake up when I'm streaming live. No if, buts, or not. Just kidding. Lizzie, especially since you never got to go to the concert because the tickets sold out. Oh yeah, that'd be very frustrating too, especially if you're looking forward to it as well. So now someone said you look like mustard, but the color reminds you more of Dijon. Oh yeah, because that's another kind of mustard, isn't it? Nah, bro, yeah, you could have gone for a Hatham game or DLC. Me too as well, nah, bro. In fact, an alternate version of Rogue's story would be you playing as Hatham for the whole game. Because there was that novel called Forsaken, which actually gives you more insight into his character. And I feel like that book should have been adapted into Rogue, and then that way we have a character that has already been established. We have a character that you don't need to do gymnastics to fit them into the lore of the series and the timeline of events. You also have a character that players who are a fan of that character can enjoy a whole game as them, and it's an opportunity to see further the inner workings of the Templar Order from the inside out, you know. The yellow actually looks great on Arno. You know, I don't actually mind the yellow color that much because it's offset by other colors on the outfit too, as well. Like you got the grays of the different pieces, and you've also got like the white of the Raiders gauntlet. Now, very love Arno's base outfit, just the base blue. That is also good too, as well. My actual favorite outfit of this game, if I go in, I can show it without equipping it. Um, if we go to outfits, is actually the McFarlane outfit. That's my favorite one in the game. Designed by Todd McFarlane, who was the creator of Spawn. Yeah, the Master Assassin outfit, Lizzie, is a really good one too, that you unlock when you finish the main story. You still need to refine your copy of AC3 and finish that. Oh yeah. That's a really good game, that one. Nah, bro, Ezio's outfit is iconic, but Connor's black and red New York outfit, chef's kiss. Now that is definitely a great version of Connor's outfit. I like that one. So you would stay up until 5 a.m. with one of your East Coast friends playing the first Destiny, completing missions. Next thing you know, you could wake up from a day saying, I'm completing this mission on autopilot. And then you look and you go, oh, holy shit, I've done all of this stuff. You sort of go into like a trance-like state in a way. Now, Brother McFarlane is giving you Indiana Jones vibes. Oh yeah. It's actually quite a good outfit to wear when you're doing the Dead Kings DLC as well, because it really suits how bleak things are in that DLC. But yeah, that's my favorite one. Favorite outfit. There's others that I like a lot too, of course. But that's my favorite one. I don't mind the original design for Arno's, I think it's his master outfit. It really does, Lizzie. You're not wrong there. It's great to see different outfits be available as well. And that's what's so cool about mods and how many different outfits, because you can then really sort of like mix and match what you want to. Like there's actually a mod for Assassin's Creed Syndicate where Jacob can actually wear the outfit that the original version of the main character was going to wear before they made drastic changes to the game. It's actually the outfit that I think George wears, the mentor of Evie and Jacob. Because originally Syndicate was supposed to be a lot more of a serious Assassin's Creed game, but then they changed it in development to be a little bit more comedic and lighthearted. Hello there, Inmita. How's your day going today? How was the rest of your stream of GTA 4 as well? Lizzie, wasn't the McFarlane outfit supposed to be his Master Assassin outfit, or you're wrong? I mean, maybe it could have been. I'm not too sure on that. But all I know is that the designer of it, he is the creator of the character Spawn, but he also worked on Spider-Man comics. I think he also created Venom as well for the Spider-Man comics. And he also created his own toy line company where he'd make figures and stuff of different things from different media, like, movies and television and video games and stuff. And Mitra, it's going well. Excellent. That's good to hear, dude. As for me, I'm doing well. I've been focusing on the Paris story missions, getting the music that I can. Some music we've heard before, but I won't know whether or not I've heard it before in the playthrough until I actually get to each Paris story. But there's been some where there's music that's played that doesn't play in any other part of the game, so that's been good. So, and one of the hardest items to get was the Crux of Crota. You logged on the next day after helping new recruits to your group, completing hard mode, and you literally asked your clan leader, "How did you acquire the Crux?" You're like, "How did I end up getting that? And how did I not realize that I'd gotten it?" In Mitra, it went well. You made some good progress and played some bowling and pool. Little Jacob defeated you 3-1 on pool. Have to try and get a rematch going with him. He's such a great character, Little Jacob. And I don't know if you know this, but it's not like a spoiler for any story or something. But it's cool how you can unlock after a certain level of percentage of friendship with Jacob. You can actually get weapons from him. You call him up and he'll deliver weapons to a location in his vehicle, and you just go to where he's parked and be able to get some ammo and stuff. It's really cool having that sort of feature. But yeah, he's such a great character, Little Jacob, as well. Very very loyal, person as well. Nah, bro, you haven't played Black Flag in forever, but for some reason you remember, through you playing it, you remember thinking Edward doesn't feel like an assassin. Oh yeah, yeah, and that's definitely by design as well. Um, like there's things about his character that it makes sense that he can climb buildings because he's climbing masts of ships, and that line where he's climbing the building, and Steve Bonnet is commenting on his ability to climb, and Edward is kind of like, every finger's a fishhook. That's how you tell a true sailor, things like that. So there's things within his character that they establish that makes sense why he can do certain things that, assassins can do. Because, I mean, hey, it's not like assassins, they're only people in the AC universe who can climb stuff. Even people who aren't assassins or even Templars, can climb stuff. But um, the way that they tell Edward's story, it's just chef's kiss. It's like one of my favorite story arcs in the series as well. Oh, cheers in Mita. Yeah, it's been interesting. Been some jam music as well. You like him as a character. You got a call from Dwayne complaining that you'd forgotten about him, so you took him bowling where you got 3 strikes in a row and got the achievement. Oh, very nice in Mita. That's cool. Yeah, that's the thing about his character, it's one of those things where, at face value, it might make some players regret their decision to kill Playboy X instead of Dwayne. But the thing about Dwayne is that he's been fucked over unfairly by Playboy X, and so Playboy X was never going to compromise on what he had gained from Dwayne being in prison all that time. And so he didn't want to compromise on that or give Dwayne any sort of like credit or anything like that. And he's a really scummy sort of like individual as well. So it might not seem like you get much of a reward for saving Dwayne's life, but I feel like it's one of those decisions where it feels wrong, or I've always felt wrong to kill Dwayne. Like the only time I've done that really is probably maybe the first time I replayed it, maybe I decided to pick different things. But certainly last year for its 15th anniversary, I showed both outcomes for different choices just to show you what happens if you choose one over the other as well. But I made sure to continue on with the story with Dwayne still alive as well. But he's the hardest one to sort of like call at the right time. Like obviously, if you look up a guide somewhere, it'll probably tell you what are the best times to actually call him to get him to go on activities and stuff. But it feels like they've made his character a bit more difficult for you to pinpoint down a time to actually go on and hang out with him. Admit you weren't sure who to kill, but then you thought to kill Playboy because you didn't like him as a character. You felt the same about Dwayne. Oh yeah, that's totally understandable too, as well. You know, like I think they do a good job with making either decision feel right for whoever is playing and what they feel. You know what I mean? But certainly, there's definitely preferences I have for how I decide to do things as well in that game. That it just feels weird doing the opposite thing. It's like in the Red Dead Redemption 2 game, antagonizing Jack, John, Abigail, Uncle, or Sadie, or any other characters that I really like a lot. Charles, Lenny, is it feels really weird because I was doing that for a little bit of a playthrough that I've now cancelled, but I've reconfigured it for a different kind of playthrough, where I'm going to just be low honor and be an asshole to everyone, but not try to get every single instance of antagonizing dialogue like I was trying to before, because that was a bit too ambitious and too time consuming. And ultimately, I thought, what's the point in going through all that when you can just go to YouTube and see all the different outcomes anyway? Like you can go on YouTube and by now they've probably found every single campfire or campsite dialogue interaction in the game that's possible, you know. But there's so much to that game too, as well. In Meta, in many cases, when you can't decide, you check both outcomes in the game by making separate saves or just read about it on the internet. That's definitely a good way to do it too, as well. And then that way you can see both in real time and be like, okay, so this one feels better than the other one. Liz, you can't do low honor if you ever play Red Dead. You're too nice. Yeah, it's understandable, Lizzie. Like there's certain characters where, don't get me wrong, I don't mind antagonizing them. Like especially Micah. Like I don't mind. I could antagonize him for a whole stream if I wanted to. But there's just some characters where it feels really bad, especially with Jack, because if you antagonize Jack, he can say, "I hate you, Uncle Arthur," which is really sad to hear him say to Arthur. It's like Arthur wouldn't be like that to Jack. And Mita, you wanted to be the bad boy in Red Dead 2, but you couldn't do it. You completed the game with a max honor. Oh, that's totally fair in Mita. But that's good that you're able to stick with that and go through because there's a lot of parts in that game where it's very easy to do something that then affects your honor level where it's like, oh, damn it. Now I have to do things to increase it. And Mita, yeah, you had some of those moments, but when you did that last part, when you basically make amends, you got lots of honor and managed to get max honor. That part boosted your honor a lot. Oh, very good in Mita, yeah. Yeah, that's the thing. There's certain things that you can do that really give it a big boost, and things that you can do, to give it little increases. Liz, you mean Micah is an ass, so it's understandable. We never hurt Sadie, though. Oh, yeah. Sadie is such a great character. Talking about character arcs earlier, where I said Edward has a great character arc in Black Flag and in the AC series. Sadie's character arc is amazing too, as well. How she goes from this person that is very traumatized, which, is definitely a terrible thing, And when you first are introduced to her, in some way she can kind of fade into the background a little bit, and then we see the fighter in her emerge, and the badassness of her just comes to the forefront, you know. And Mita, then when you started playing as John, you didn't really care, so you went all in. You was going around killing everyone, especially after you were done with the main story. Marston the Menace, going around terrorizing all the places. And Mita, even in real life, the actress that plays Sadie seems like a cool person. Oh, absolutely. Yeah, I actually saw a stream that was done. The actress who plays Jill Valentine in Resident Evil 3 Remake, Nicole Tompkins, I think, she has a Twitch channel, and she had the actor for Sadie, whose name I'm forgetting, unfortunately, off the top of my head. Alex McKenna. Alex McKenna, who plays Sadie. And they were doing a stream of Red Dead Redemption 2. So it was really cool to see that kind of thing happen, which is one of the great things about how much smaller the world has been made by certain things on the internet, where the connection between fans of something and the people who actually work on those things is much shorter than it was, you know, a while ago in the past. Yeah, me too. That's nice. You watch some of her interviews and she seems very chill and nice. Absolutely, dude. I've seen some, you know, pushback online in certain spaces about having Sadie be in her own game. Um, Usually it's like, oh, maybe she's better off in the DLC of Red Dead Redemption 2. I mean, I'd accept both, but I feel like it's very easy to get hung up on the idea that you can only do games in the Red Dead series that fit neatly within the confines of the Wild West. You can't have any bleed over into any day over the end of a year that might signify the end, you know, which I sort of push back against because it's like this. Let's pick a year, for example. In the year 2019, going into 2020, not everything that changed when it ticked over after 2019 finished. You know what I mean? Like AI, for example, in 2019 probably was not at the level that it's at now in 2024, getting into 2025, right? Things don't just instantly change the moment one decade ends and another starts. You still have a bit of bleed over. Like you still have fashions that still blend in. You still have technology that still blends in. But then, as the decade goes on, you start to see the changes that happen that make the new decade have its own identity, separate from the previous one, you know, and that's just how it goes. So it doesn't matter if you have a game that takes place the next year after the Wild West ended, because it's not like everything about the Wild West just went away instantly the day that the final year of what's considered the Wild West ended. You know, you can still have a little bit of a leeway kind of thing, because so much about a person's life can change in a month, let alone a year. So it's not like you can restrict the kinds of things that happen to a character to, it can only happen if there's a year's worth of story. Like you can take 6 months out of someone's life and tell a full story about the events that cover that as well. So you can have characters like Sadie go off on their own after the events of Red Dead 2 and forge their own path in a completely different part of the world while still having elements of the Wild West incorporated into it. Because essentially you're doing, or you could do, a fish out of water experience where you have a character that is going into a part of the world where the fashions may not be exactly the same, but there might still be some similarities enough for them to blend in a little bit, things like that. But I really feel that you could do a game with Sadie that takes place after Red Dead Redemption 2 that's actually a full experience that tells a story that doesn't just get finished in 2 hours, but actually has a lot to it as well. I mean, sure, you could do a DLC as well, but you have a lot more scope with the full game. And I feel like if there was ever a character in that series that deserved their own game, then Sadie would be a great candidate for that as well. But the great thing about Red Dead Redemption is there's also so many different avenues you can go down with characters and stuff. It's like with Jack Marston. People are like, well, you can't have Jack Marston have his own game because you can't have a game that takes place in 1916 because that's too late for the Wild West era. But again, it's not like after 1914, which is when Jack gets his revenge on Ross. It's not like instantly everything changed. As I was saying before about decades, they don't just instantly change once one ends and another begins. There's still a moment of blending that happens for quite a few years into the new decade before the new decade really fills out. So, you can still do a game, a Wild West one with Jack Marston even. And the way you do it is this. You have Jack Marston try to enlist in the army. He does. He goes away. What happens at the start of the game? In true Marston fashion, you can't have a Red Dead Redemption game with a Marston in it without them getting injured at the start. So what happens is, of course, Jack gets injured and he gets sent home. So he's no longer on the battlefield. He has to go back home. And so you could do like a prologue that takes place in World War II with Jack in full gear as a soldier and play a little bit of that. But the whole game doesn't have to be. You can then shift the gameplay back to where he grew up with a whole different story because he's going into a place that, with Ross being assassinated by him, there's witnesses and he didn't take care of these witnesses. So it would make sense that Jack would be a wanted man back there. Don't restrict the game to that location, though. You could also go to other places as well, which is where Charles and Sadie come into it, because what you can do then is you can have it that Charles and Sadie both find out that Jack has returned home, and they also know that John and Abigail have unfortunately died, so they're coming back to pay their respects. And things just match up so that Jack's actually home at Beach's Hope when that happens. So you could tell a story that has you playing as Jack, that also has Charles and Sadie, for example, back into the story as well. And you could have someone maybe who really looked up to what Ross had done, wanting to follow in his footsteps, and so that becomes the antagonist of the story. So something like that could be done with Jack as well. It's all about, don't just restrict brainstorming to this sort of like rigid thing where it's like you can't find a way to turn it on a different angle and have a look at it. You know what I mean? Like, you don't have to just be strict about it. Like, you can tell a story that has a little bit of this, a little bit of that, and still keep it sort of like in the same feel as well. The only thing that would be a question is, what about the honor system? Because in Red Dead 1 and 2, you have an honor system. So how would that work with a character like Jack? Even how would that work like a character with Sadie? Well, that's why you have to do a little bit of a change. Instead of an honor system, you have a wanted system. So basically, it's very similar. It's just that it's not like an honor level thing. It's basically like if you get caught doing a crime, then your wanted level goes up, which means that when you're around law, it won't take them as long to recognize who you are, right? Whereas if you do the right thing, it lowers the wanted level to the point where you can do an action in front of a police officer and they might look the other way for you. So that's a way you could get around the whole honor system as well. You can do a wanted system instead. That works exactly like the honor system, but it's not called the honor system, and it's more about what is the result of your actions in the game world from a lore perspective as well. And Mita, the funny one was an interview of the actor that plays Arthur where they were making him say Lenny all the time. That is one of my favorite missions in that game, hands down. I just love the changes that happen in it too. You know, like that part where you think there's going to be a brawl breaks out, but instead they break out in dancing. You know, things like that was really funny too, as well. Amita, true. Yeah, imagine if Sadie is the main protagonist in Red Dead 3 if they all make that game. Got to go now. Your shift starts soon. You'll join later if you're still streaming. Have a great stream. Thank you so much, Amita. I definitely will. And yeah, I would definitely be for that, for sure, for Red Dead 3. Thank you so much for being here, Amita. I really hope that work goes well. Would like to definitely recommend people check out Amita's channel. He's doing his first ever playthrough of GTA 4. He's also doing playthroughs of games like Skyrim, as well as doing playthroughs of games like Star Wars Jedi Survivor. He's going to be playing GTA 5 in the future as well for his first time playthrough. And he's a great streamer with a great channel, so definitely recommend. And that's no worries at all for the shout out, Amita. Thank you for being here, and I'll still be streaming for a bit yet, so I'll catch you next time, or when you're on your break next. Hey, Sidewinder, welcome on in. How's things been going? Good to see you in chat again. I'm doing my music only playthrough, so if you don't hear any sound effects or anything, it's not your audio going weird. I've got the music track on and the dialogue and sound effects off on purpose, just so the music is more prominent. But I hope things have been going good. You gotta love it when NPCs get stuck on the main character. This music has been heard multiple times without me talking over it, so it's okay to talk over it. Sidewinder, you have a 2-year-old now, lol. Good to know on the audio. Damn, time flies really fast, you know. Like 2 years might not seem like a long time, but that is definitely very quick, you know. Yeah, somewhere to be, man. I know, right? He's like, look, I need to get there. Now he's got a friend. Maybe this will sort him out. It's funny, the police chief in this game, you can literally shoot him, you can throw smoke bombs, you can throw cherry bombs, you can do whatever, and he won't wake up. The only thing that wakes him up is talking to him. Yeah, an asthma bomb, all right. That's a good way to put it. Got the letter from the Archbishop. There it is. Letter Mistress. Sidewinder, going to lurk, but curious on your thoughts of Mirage. Oh yeah, Mirage I liked. It feels like there's still an issue with the pacing of Ubisoft and their Assassin's Creed stories now. It started with Valhalla, where it seems like they draw out stuff for too long, narratively, and it takes a little bit for things to get to the point, so to speak. But I really love the return to some of the roots. I think it's not 100% true to say that it fully returned to the roots of the series, because for one, the UI is not the same as it used to be. But that's not one of the important aspects that I would say needs to be there in order to be a true return to form. Not having an eagle companion at all would be a return to roots. Um, Not having the ability to do a teleport move would be a return to roots. You know, all that kind of stuff. But in terms of like the story and playing as Basim, I think they did a good job. There's some iffy things with how they make things related to the whole conflict between Basim and the knowledge that he's learning, you know, and all that kind of stuff, and how it affects his view on the hidden ones and all that kind of stuff. But overall, I think it's a good game. I definitely think Ubisoft Bordeaux deserved to get the chance to do another game, but I think it'd be good if they were able to do one that wasn't restricted by the same gameplay loop in some ways as Valhalla, you know. But Ubisoft doesn't really like to let you play as the same character in more than one game anymore, so I don't think we'll get to play as Basim ever again, unfortunately. Although they might make an exception. Certainly, they have in Basim a really interesting present day character, but apparently all the present day stuff won't be in the games anymore. They'll be in the Animus Hub slash Animus Assassin's Creed Infinity, sorry, um, live service hub or something like that. So there won't be any present day story anymore in any of the individual games. So if you want to know what's going on there, you have to play the Infinity game or hub or platform, whatever it's going to be. I don't think Ubisoft even knows what it's going to be yet. But anyway, Basim as a character has a lot of potential for more games and also more stories with him in the present day. But I wouldn't be surprised if they just basically do more stories with him, but in comic books only. Which, hey, I don't mind characters from the games being put into the comics and telling stories with that. But if you're going to do that, don't make the comic book where certain major events happen. Especially like with Juno, where Juno doesn't get killed in an Assassin's Creed game, but gets killed in a comic book. Even though she was built up to be a big baddie that you had to deal with in the main games. They just dropped that and killed her off in the comics instead. So I wanted teleport took you out a bit. I could have explained that better. Yeah, that's the thing, right? And the blurring of what is actually happening IRL to Basim versus what is actually just the Animus versus what is just gameplay for us as the player, you know. I think sometimes they can get lost in delineating between those things as well, which is understandable because sometimes they have, like in this game, for example, you have Bishop talking to the player as if she's actually having some commentary on real life events in a way that suggests that she doesn't know the outcome already or makes it like you as the player have control over the outcome. You know what I mean? Like we're experiencing memories of Arno, even in the co-op missions. So whatever happens in the memory of Arno has already happened, you know. So it's not up to the person in present day to control Arno to make him do the things that are needed for it, you know what I mean? That's where the blurring of what is just for us as the player and what is being said to the character gets sort of blurred. Because the way that the character is speaking to us as the player is also done in such a way where it sounds like they're talking to the present day protagonist. But some like to say that the reason why Basim can teleport is because he's got Isu DNA in him, which then makes him superhuman somehow and have all these abilities, when that's not actually how it works. Like, yeah, Eagle Vision might to us seem like it's a supernatural ability, but it's actually based completely on genetics and the technology that the Isu used when creating humans, and all that kind of stuff. It doesn't mean that Basim wasn't fast, that he couldn't assassinate quickly and seem to be like he's teleporting, but he's not literally teleporting. And there's certain things that you need to do for gameplay purposes that doesn't necessarily reflect the actuality, like I like to call it, the actuality of what's going on. Because it's a video game, you still got to have those video game tropes or video game mechanics that play into it as well. Like right now, I'm controlling Arno. Why? Because I'm the player playing a video game. Is the present day protagonist controlling Arno? No, that's not supposed to be how it works. Now, it could work that way if the Animus was a video game console, then that would make sense, that the present day protagonist is controlling the character. But when you decide to have the character kill an innocent person, that's not the present day protagonist deciding to do that. That's not something that Arno actually did. It's just for us as the player to know, hey, we're doing a thing that the game frowns upon because that's not what the character did. And if you do it too much, the game is going to punish us as the player by desynchronizing us from the Animus. Whereas you do have moments where the character in the game is being desynchronized, like Desmond in AC1 isn't synchronized properly with Altair because they try to access a memory that's later in the timeline, in the DNA strand, and Desmond's mind can't handle it. So they have to go to an earlier memory in Altair's life and work from there to create the synchronization between Desmond and Altair. That was kind of the point of the present day in AC1, was that Desmond had to gradually synchronize with Altair's memories within the Animus and his own DNA as well. So Desmond isn't controlling Altair or Ezio. When we watch a movie, we're not controlling the person in the movie, but we are still seeing what the character's going through. So it's kind of like that. Like, imagine, instead of sitting down to watch a movie, you're literally sitting down to experience the memories of someone that's long dead. You're observing, you have no control over it, except exiting and that kind of stuff. So obviously Desmond can exit the Animus when he wants to. He can go back into it when he wants to. Just like we can turn on a television if we want to, and we can turn it off if we don't want to watch it anymore, You prefer the explanation. Oh, sorry, Biko. Good morning. Welcome on in. How's it going today? So I wonder, you're with me on most everything. You're interested in seeing how the modern story progresses, whatever they need to be, lol. Yeah, there's just certain avenues that they can go down. You have to find the right way, so to speak. You prefer the explanation of the Animus not being able to keep up with an almost full-blood Isu's movement, hence why the synchro goes down as a gameplay trope, thus facilitating the bleeding effect. Yeah, and I can definitely see why that would be considered as, like, it's that his DNA does let him do that. The only thing about that, though, is that you look at even someone like Cassandra or Alexius, the only reason they can do the rush assassinate is because they have the spear. If they don't have the spear, they wouldn't be able to do it. It's not like they could just pick up any weapon and do that move with. They can only do it with the spear, because it's the spear that is grounding them to using that. It's like the Sword of Eden in this game. Like, the person who's wielding it, there is on some level a DNA requirement where they need to be able to handle it, just like the pieces of Eden. But the people that can do that, they're able to withstand anything that might prevent them from using it and be able to use it. But it's not like Germain could make electricity come out of his hands or anything like that. Those kinds of things as well. But if Basim had something on him that was a piece of Isu technology, then I could understand why he'd be able to teleport. Because if you think about it, the Isu were able to create little force fields around them, which is why you have the things like the ring in Assassin's Creed 3 that makes bullets bounce off it, because it's a piece of technology that allows that to happen. It's like we can't, without a smartphone, for example, we can't make things just happen like they do on a smartphone without the use of it. We can't conjure up an invisible, we can't conjure up an image in front of us with our bare hands that shows us the same kind of things that a smartphone would. Is that kind of thing. We still need the technology as well. So I feel like if they did that, like if Basim had a ring that he had, found, and it responded to him using it, and it gave him that ability, then that would be one thing. Which is probably what they should have done, actually. They should have given him a piece of Eden that allowed him to do that. Because I think that would smooth things over a lot. Because see, when you think about it, Desmond has Isu DNA in his body, and he can't teleport. Ezio can't teleport. Altair can't teleport. Aveline can't teleport. All these characters, they have Isu DNA in them, but they can't do these sort of like, fantastical things. Unless there's a piece of Eden that allows them to be able to do it. Biko, hey Rod, deep in conversation there. Lol, bless, that's why you're here. Not just having conversations between you and me, but listening to you and other people, which is really nice background sound. Oh, very nice, Biko. Yeah. Yeah, I mean, there's so much stuff to talk about too with this series as well. So many different elements to discuss. You found that having the radio on, they get into money and politics, and it's upsetting and makes you depressed. But Twitch is 80% not politics and money. Yeah, I mean, like anything, if you're looking for a certain kind of content, you can definitely find it on Twitch. But you can also find content that isn't, political based or talking about current world events and all that kind of stuff. So it's good to be able to have that balance where if you do want to hear about that stuff, there's plenty of streams and channels where you can get that content. But if you don't want that content, there's plenty of channels where you don't have to worry about that being the focus. Brutus, you can't conjure up images with your bare hands? Ha, noob. I know, right, Brutus? I still need to learn how to do that. But you know that if I was able to do that, the first thing I'd be making is unlimited money. That'd be quite good. How's it going, Brutus? Welcome on in. Sidewinder, you saw it as a high DNA individual versus essentially a sage, as Basim would be, a reincarnation. That's true, different levels of Isu DNA and stuff. But I feel it's a slippery slope because then it's like you can make them do anything then. Like you can even make them click their fingers and they're invincible forever or something. But that's something that's in general. Like even Star Wars, even Lord of the Rings, anything that's like fantasy based or technology based or whatever, there are ways to make it where it's like too easy for things to be done or not done. You got to sort of have a reason why there's things that can't be done versus things that can be done and all that kind of stuff. Otherwise, you can just do anything, and that ruins sort of things where it's like, if you're doing a story about a world where people can just use magic to do anything, then if something goes wrong, you're not going to have a story because all the character needs to do is click their fingers and the problem's fixed. That's pretty boring as a storytelling thing. Like, imagine if you were doing a story and it was like, yeah, how long is this story? Oh, it's only a sentence. What do you mean it's only a sentence? Yeah, there was something bad that happened, and then they clicked their fingers and it was gone, the end. That's the story. Like, how boring is that story? You got to put something in there. It's like they tried to use that magic, but it didn't work. Why? Because there's this villain that has this thing that prevents that magic from being used. So now they have to go on a journey to find that villain and somehow undo what they have to make sure that they can fix the problem. Then you're adding something that actually has a bit of meat to it as a story. Because then you have a conflict, and the conflict is how do we fix this problem when there's an obstacle, i.e. the villain, who has this thing on them that prevents us from achieving our goal. That makes for a lot more interesting kind of story than just simply, there was a problem, but it's gone now, end of story. Thank you, Sona, for leaving the lurk. You have a free day tomorrow and you're going to head out for some beer. That is absolutely no worries at all, Sona. Thank you for being here, and I really hope that you enjoy yourself. I hope that you have a great time. Thank you for leaving the lurk. BK, we've tried to listen to football radio for nice background sound, but it's only been this player has been sold for this much. Oh, this team has this much debt. Oh, this buyer is rich and has this much money and power. God, no thanks, radio. I mean, that's definitely, fair as well, you know. You going good, Brutus? Work week just ended. Oh, excellent, dude. That's really good. That'd be a good feeling. As for me, I'm doing well, Brutus. Doing a lot of Paris stories in this stream. There's some that just have music that plays for every one of them, but there has been some that's played music that isn't heard elsewhere, or I haven't at least come across it elsewhere yet in the playthrough. But having a good Saturday as well. So I wonder, you could explain almost anything for sure. Convenient game, scapegoat. Oh, exactly. It's like when someone says, who would win in a fight against this character and this character? I'm like, well, I don't know. Depends on how you write the fight and who you want to win. If you're the author of the story, you get to decide who wins. Like, I could do a story where Mario defeats Thanos. How? Well, Mario just jumps on top of his head and kills him. Why? Well, that's what Mario does. He just jumps on people's heads and they die. End of story. Simple. It may not make sense, but I wrote the story. I decided who won, and Mario won. You know, that's why I think it's good, when they have parameters where it's like for example, okay, you have this character, but what if they're not allowed to use this? What if something happened and prevents them from using this power? Then you've got them on a level playing field with someone else. That's all good, Sona. Absolutely no worries at all. Lucas, you win next. Exactly, you won. End of fight. Simple. Thank you so much, Sidewinder, for leaving the lurk. Butt slammed by Mario. Exactly. One of the most powerful things in the universe. If he's not careful, he could actually make it so that he goes all the way through the center of the universe and out the other side. Mamma mia. Be left front. Be right back. Lucas, it may not make sense, but think of it like this. If someone jumped on your head, would you survive? Well, I mean, there's so many things that could go wrong. Like, your neck could be broken. But then again, people have survived having a broken neck. So it's not necessarily instantly a death sentence as well. Or you might just have a very, very sore head. So I wonder if he can split antimatter with that thing or his own ghoulies. Well, I mean, if he can hit a brick with his head and it smashes, maybe the other way is true too. Ah, I didn't realize how much moolah Arno actually has. Something I need to check is para stories because I've just done so many in this stream. I've lost track. All right, so we've done 50% of them. Cool. All right, so all those ones I've checked, we don't have access to them yet because we either haven't progressed in the story to unlock them, or we simply haven't run past the location where they are and they haven't popped up on the map. And be the same with the murder mysteries as well. So to save time, instead of running around and hoping for these to pop up, what I'm going to do is look at each one of the para stories that I have in the list here and look up a guide to see where they are on the map. Here we go. So this is the one I want to do next, which just popped up because we went to where it is. La Bandoire. All right, so that's that one. Okay, so the next para story in order that they're listed. Oh, headlining the guillotine. Next up, we have A Fistful of Duelers. One of the things I like about the Assassin's Creed games, or any games that do it in general, is when they name a mission after a movie title. In this mission's case, it's a play on the title A Fistful of Dollars, which is a western starring Clint Eastwood. Biko, thinking about Christmas, you be doing the stream on Christmas Day, or are you with family? This year it won't be streaming for a couple of weeks actually over the Christmas break, and so I don't know exactly when the last streams for this year will be, but I won't be streaming over that period of time. Biko, that's fine. You need a break to enjoy Christmas time with family. You'll try and come in to wish you a Merry Christmas before you go off for a couple of weeks. Oh yeah, Biko, that's no trouble at all. Yeah. Oh, you're not wrong there. It's fast approaching. Now you love Christmas. It definitely doesn't take long. Once October is over with, it feels like there is no November. It goes straight to December with Christmas. But that's good that you're looking forward to it. Biko, you might be able to afford stocking fillers for your family this year, which will be great if you can. Oh, absolutely. Yeah, it's a good idea too to start getting that sorted earlier as well. That way you don't feel like you have to really rush. Biko, previous years you bought 3 miniature presents for 6 of your family. Can't forget your Cocker Spaniel puppy. Just basic smellies and chocolate cliche. Stocking fillers, still nice though to have. Might be able to afford them this year. Oh, absolutely. Even things that to some might seem like they're very, basic or just default general can definitely still be effective, and definitely appreciated as well. And definitely can't forget the puppy, that's for sure. Got to get the doggo a present. Biko, at least there's something. Yeah, doggo can't be missed out. You always have tinsel around its collar. It doesn't mind it though. Oh, that's good. I can just imagine having like a little set of Christmas bells on the collar as well. So when the dogs are going around, it's sort of like jingling. I don't actually, Biko, no. Growing up, I've had pets and stuff, but not of my own though. But I don't have any like even goldfish or anything like that. Pico, that's a shame to you when you hear someone doesn't have pets, but understand personal preference or setup of lives that can't have pets. Exactly, yeah, and need to live somewhere where, they have a lot of room to move and stuff like that as well. And that is the end of the Crimson League. Now I need to speak to the Crimson Rose and deal with him. And now the crimson rose is no more. The crimson rose has forever wilted. No amount of pollination is going to bring it back. There's a Paris story that this YouTube guide doesn't have, which is Stop the Presses. Hey there, Tech. I like your drip rod, brushes your shoes. We rockin' with you. Tips hat. Welcome on in, Tech. Yeah, I thought I would go for the most unstealthy color for the outfit that I could think of. So I thought I'd go for this color. There's also the bright red as well that you can wear. I've never thought to do that before. The things you try when you've played a game so often, you start to think, I'll just do something like this, and boom, a new dance is born. Tech, we as a society have lost this level of dapper and swagger, and you, for one, am disgusted that the wealth of style has been abruptly halted in our stead. It is interesting, though, what elements of fashion do come back, even if it's not the very original style, but elements of that style coming back. Like there's certain words that I remember in the Looney Tunes that I watched, which were the ones that were even way before my time, but the kinds of slang terms that they would use, like "listen here, Buster," or "listen here, Mac," things like that, or things like "why I order," those sorts of things. because loony was the slang word for someone mad. It fits you so much. Loony. And then you have like, instead of saying to someone, smack you in the mouth or hit you in the mouth or whatever, it was kind of like hit you in the kisser. They just just things like this that are certainly not used anymore. Because your dad uses the term "there's lights on but no one in or no one home," referring to someone mad. That makes me think of the Ace Ventura movie, the first one, where Ace is trying to track down this footballer, and he goes to the home of them and meets their parents, and the footballer's mother is kind of not 100% there. And when the father gets Ace alone, he says to him, "The engine's running, but there's no one behind the wheel." And that that quote has always stuck out to me ever since I watched that movie when it first came out. I didn't get to see it at the movies though, the first one, but when it came out on VHS, I watched it with parents, of course, because there's a lot of adult humor in it that I wasn't allowed to watch as a 10, 11-year-old. Tech, I'll tell you what, mate. You'd be dolled up as a hoot if you could just carry and demonstrate your resolve with a dueling pistol of late. Show those scalawags you mean business and won't back down your point until satisfied. There's definitely a use of language that, definitely is of a time period as well that gets used. And it's funny when you have period piece movies as well that are trying to have that, but also have it so that people who don't understand that version of the language can actually still understand what's going on. Biko, that's another good one. You must tell your dad that on Monday, lol. Oh yeah, Biko. Yeah, the engine's running, but there's no one behind the wheel. There's a Pink Floyd song actually called Nobody Home, which is what you were talking about. Very scary words, Pink Floyd lyrics, not just the Nobody Home song. Yeah, they were actually a band that I never really listened to much of as well. Like, had heard a lot about, but never actually really listened to. Like, I mean, maybe I've heard their songs, but just didn't know, because I don't know all their songs. Um, but I know of one, wasn't it Another Brick on the Wall? Was one of theirs? Or maybe I'm thinking of someone else. What's that one? It's not called this, I don't think, but what's the one called We Don't Need No Education? Or it has that as one of the lyrics. Is that one of their songs as well? Or is that Kiss? I might be mixing Pink Floyd songs up with Kiss songs. I don't know. As I said, I don't really know too much about Pink Floyd. A coat of arms, indeed. What happened, Biko? What happened with putting on mute? It's so funny because yesterday when I was streaming, I accidentally pressed the button on the PlayStation controller to mute myself, but I slightly pressed it a little bit too long, and so it thought I wanted to mute all my audio. And I had to actually do a sound test because I wasn't sure whether it was back on again or whether I had just, because I had the music only on and things like that. Oh, I see, Biko. Well, that's all good. But yeah, it is strange when that happens too sometimes, where things get activated and you think to yourself, hang on, how the hell did that happen? Fine then, prompt, don't appear on the screen for me. Biko, you trolled me with that several times because you do know sound is music, and sometimes there is no sound at all. We keep having to come back to this tab to see the videos on. Yeah, that's the other side of things too with the music only is there's a lot of moments where there is no music at all even. Hey James, good morning to you, dude. How's your day going so far? Oh, very nice, James. Well, I hope you end up having a good day today. Thanks for coming into the stream. I'm working on all the Paris stories that I can access at this point. So for the past almost 5 hours, that's what I've been doing in this stream. We just did a mission where there was a tailor being forced to use human flesh to make coats out of. You need to do your laundry today, but maybe in a bit, not feeling it right now. Oh, that's definitely understandable. It's good to wake up first, and then when you get to the point where you're ready to do it, get it done. Me being in this disguise should not prevent the game from putting the prompt up on the screen to steal from this guy, but the game decides no. It's like, fuck off. I see now. Because he was talking, it wouldn't let me steal from him, which doesn't make any kind of fucking sense. Why could I not loot from him while he was talking? You can loot from any other character in the entire game when they're talking, but not that particular guy, apparently. Something simple like dropping down a hole in a roof becomes a big fucking mission, simply because you're not allowed to do it on any other side except the one with the ladder. Biko, you're heading off now. Thanks for the stream. I'll be back later, but got some gardening to do to prepare for the council to arrive and do some work this month sometime, and you want to be in good time. That's totally understandable, Biko. Thank you so much for being here and watching as well. No worries for the stream. I'll be streaming for a bit longer yet for sure, but if I don't see you before I finish the stream, I hope that you have a great one. Hope that the gardening goes well too. Oh, Biko, that's no trouble at all. I'm really glad that you're able to get that out of the streams. It really does help a lot, when there's things like that that can help, you know. Raid, well then, they were having none of your bullshit. They definitely weren't. They're friggin' pain though. Raid, you really gotta wonder how precious this book must be if a dozen people are willing to sacrifice their lives for it. That's true. It's like a coveted sort of book. James, oh well, you guess you should have made the laundry if you want to finish it during today. Be right back. That's understandable too, James, as well. But definitely see you when you get back. Right, and also how many people Arno's willing to kill to get it? Everyone. All of them. Right, if this game committed one unforgivable sin, it says you can no longer pet the dogs. Yeah, it's funny that, because in Black Flag you could, but then they're like, in this game, no. No, Arno, no. Well, the Arno just secretly likes killing. That's it. That's his ulterior motive. He just wants to kill. Arno is the killer assassin, the scourge of France. To quote Tomb Raider, the Angel of Darkness, referencing that by calling Arno in this thing that I'm talking about, calling him the Monstrum. Because in that Tomb Raider game, the Angel of Darkness, it's set in France. And, well, the start of it is at least. And that's the name of the quote unquote serial killer that's going around in that game. They call them the Monstrum. So Arno is the monstrum of the AC universe in France in this time period. Right? Arno's actually just like Martin Walker. He tells himself he's fighting for the greater good, but he just enjoys killing. The greater good. Is he probably why he doesn't have any reaction to being thrown out of the assassins? Be right back. Alrighty then, I'm back. I'm back. Just kidding. But, no really. I'm back. Thank you for redeeming that as an Arnie impression, James. Like if killing was semi-legal, you would think a lot of people would like it. Oh yeah, like what Lizzie said there, yeah, The Purge. I still haven't seen those movies as yet, but it's definitely an interesting concept. James, by the way, you need to ask, after so many days, what is so evil about the siphon? So, three of the big PlayStation games that I played when I first got the PS1 was Resident Evil, technically three, but the franchise, Resident Evil, Siphon Filter, and Tomb Raider. So when I was coming up with my username for the PS5 when I got one, I was thinking, what can I do that's a reference to three of the big franchises that I liked a lot on the PlayStation 1. And so, yeah, Evil Siphon Raider was born. James, you think? Not sure yourself? In your opinion, Purge was an interesting concept. At first, you might think that only bad people would kill or purge, but later you think the people who are sick of corruption and crime would clean the streets. But that is purely your own point of view. Like, the first two movies was good, the rest was mediocre as always. That was kind of disappointing because the series was promising. You have to say that there is one series of movies that kind of every other instance of the movie undid the movie before, and that is lately John Wick. Never actually saw John Wick 3 or 4. I've seen the first two, but I haven't seen 3 and 4 yet as well. And I know that there's like a spin off movie that came out recently or is coming out, The Ballerina or something. And then there was a series as well, I think, that was based on the hotel that all the assassins stay at. James, interesting. You love the Siphon Filter was too much, but was your first PlayStation game you bought yourself. Very nice, James. Before the year is out, I need to do an anniversary playthrough for that game too, because I only realized the other day that it also came out in 1999, and so I need to do another 25th anniversary run. But it'll be good because I haven't played that game for friggin' 10 years. It would be such a great series. Well, I mean, I like the first three the best. I hope they get remastered. Actually, that'd be quite cool if they did. James, yeah, Logan is such a fucking justice himself, and his female operator has such a sexy voice. Was so immersive at that time. What I like too about that trilogy is that there was kind of like this feeling that even though they did a massive change in the graphics of the FMV sequences by the third game, it still felt like this trilogy of cinematic movies, you know. And my favorite is still Siphon Filter 2, I'd have to say. I really like what they did with that game. They really expanded on the first one and made it feel like an epic sort of game. It's amazing how many second entries in a franchise became my favorite of it. Like Assassin's Creed, AC2, Resident Evil, Resident Evil 2, Siphon Filter 2. James played the demo disc so hard it had problems loading. The disc was like, "Hey, I've had enough." It had some great music in that trilogy too. Like my favorite is the opening of Siphon Filter 2. James, yeah, the disc is like, dude, again? I need some rest. Come on. Won't be able to run it all soon. James, you're like, come on, bro, we have an hour before school. Let me use Gabe before school. Then you've got your first money for that month and you drive by the bus to nearby city game store and you bought it. It was nostalgic. Yeah, I still remember with Siphon Filter 2, it kind of ended on a bit of a cliffhanger. And I remember being so excited when I got the third game to actually see how all that was going to play out. James, for now, you're stuck in Gotham, enjoying Barbara kicking ass, even bought the DLC yesterday for €4.99, and let me tell you, her cute ass and beyond suit is so fucking hot. Well, I'm sure you have a lot of hours worth of fun with that, James. But that's good that you're enjoying the game. Hey there, Anmita, welcome back. It's going good, thanks. Still working on the Paris stories. However, we now have done 72% of them. There will reach a point, though, where I need to do more in the story to unlock what will be left. But it's been good to make this progress on this side stuff. That's true, James, yeah. Yeah, so the whole playthrough from start to finish is going to be music only, including the DLC as well. I'll be doing the Dead Kings. Cheers, Anmita. I hope work is going well. And me too, it's been good so far. Not too busy. There are always some stupid clients, but that's normal. A normal day, yeah. Well, that's good that it's going busy. Well, I mean, that's not too busy, I mean, because then you can feel a bit more relaxed as well, at least. James, you love how the game has open co-op, so anytime anyone can hop to your campaign, you can ride together. That is hella cool concept. Yeah, it's been around for a while too as a concept. It's good that there's games that still do it as well. Don't really need to open this door, but why not? And me to the map in this game is quite overwhelming, especially when you just start the game and see all those icons on the map. Oh, absolutely, especially the chests as well. There's like so many in this game, and they can really clog up the map as well. James, yeah, being able to upgrade your gear now. You're rocking with Concussion Tonfa for Barbara with 1.1 thousand power. So much fun. Yeah, you know you're doing it. Support, IT support. So workers talking to clients and listening to their trouble. That mouse is slow and shit. But sometimes when 50 people have the same problem and they only need to restart their PC, it's like, come on, bro, just fucking restart. I already told it 20 people before you. Dude, I'm really interested if this shin kick would make the enemy fly like in the game. Good question. Makes me think of that about those videos where experts in fields have a look at scenes from movies and games and determine whether or not, based on their profession, if something like that would actually go that way or not. That's definitely fair enough in Meta. No worries at all. I will catch you again soon. I'm going to be streaming for at least another 4 or so hours. So if you're able to pop in before then, I'll see you then. Lizzie, you would love a game where you can play as Barbara Gordon. Yeah. Well, not exclusively, but in Gotham Knights you can actually choose to play as her. As in, it's not a game where it's just her as the main character, I mean to say. James, yeah, you like those series. Like, you don't doubt that the assassins have some power behind those kicks and mechanics, but come on, bro, that dude had like 120 plus kilograms and you just let him fly with that shin kick? Like a pinball. Yeah, in Meta. Yeah, it'd be good if you could actually just say that and then, understand, James, but maybe it's more about technique than strength. Yeah, I guess it's that whole thing about, using the weight of your enemy against them for your benefit. Madam, when is life hard? Yeah, it sucks. Yeah, so does your internet. Did you test how much bodies you can pile up like this, Rod, or does the game have some limit? It does. Well, I mean to say, any dead bodies actually disappear after a while. So if you just sit there and wait, the bodies will eventually just disappear before your eyes as well. In terms of like how many enemies you can kill while you're inside one of those hiding spots, you can kill as many enemies as you want. And it won't be like you can't kill anymore because it's full. In Syndicate, there was one mission with Jacob in Sequence 8, and basically what I did was I used the same hiding spot to kill pretty much every single enemy in the area, and there was like 10, 11 enemies. Even in Mirage, I did that once as well. Just killed all these enemies and put them into the hiding spot. But if you actually look inside, you can see that the character models for the bodies don't all stay in there.
Ah, why can't skeletons go to the party? They have nobody to go with.
That would definitely be an obstacle. Hey there, Dr. Darling. Thanks for redeeming that as a Bane impression. Hey there, Scar. Welcome. Halloween is over. Now back to AC. Absolutely, Scar. Though technically I started doing this playthrough when it was still October, because Silent Hill 4 fell through as a game, and while I was getting Silent Hill 1 prepped, I decided to start this playthrough. And now that October is over, though, every day it's this game until I finish. And then I'm going to do GTA 5 because I like to do an annual playthrough of that. And the year is almost over and I haven't done it yet. So that's what will be replacing this game. James, why can't skeletons fight in MMA? Because they don't have the balls to do so. The ghost came to the doctor and the doctor says, "You don't look too good." And the ghost is like, "Yeah, I know, I'm feeling it in my bones." What I like is that you can start to use the disguise when you're inside a hiding spot. I've had Arno wearing this color scheme for a while in this stream. I was going to just stick with one color scheme every single stream, but I'm going to change it up. And to go from having him wear the mustard color, so to speak, I'm now going to have him wear the bright red wildfire ketchup outfit. I mean, it's red and white, but still. Hey there, Ryu. How's things going for you today, dude? James, you're back. You needed to buy a coupon so you can use the public transport for another year. Found out your actual coupon lasts only until the 5th. Well, that's definitely great timing then, James, that you got that sorted and renewed as well. Ryu, you going well? You just woke up. Very nice, dude. That's good to hear. It was so funny, Ryu. For most of the stream, I had Arno wearing, and I'll show it when I get him into the haystack here. It won't let me look at that kind of stuff when he's on the synchronized viewpoint. But I had Arno wearing the bright yellow. This one? The shiny firefly. So I had him wearing that for most of the stream. And now I'm got him wearing the red instead. Yeah, Ryu, that mustard color. Nice and bright. No one would ever see Arno when he's wearing that. The red looks much better. It does. It really does. I definitely prefer that over the yellow. James, you're back. Your mom called. Says hi to you guys. Hello, Whiskey James's mom. Just got another para story done. Out of the ones that I can do at this point in the story, I've only got 2 left, including this one I'm going to go after now. There'll be more Paris stories after this one's finished, but I have to get to the point in the story where they unlock. Or they at least become available to appear if you go near where they are. Once I've reached a certain point in the story. James, you like how the guide to how makes the game more sharper and crisp contains 74 lines of script code to put in the INI file. Ah, one of those situations. I see. Yeah, I've only had minimal experience with editing INI files to get certain results in old school games that I've had to get to run. James, and it's like easy graphics guide, the simple stuff. Then you think about all the complex things that can be done, that if you don't know what you're doing, can obviously be out of your depth, but if you do know, could probably get some really good results. Alright, so for now, I can't do any more para stories. The ones that are left, I need to get to a certain point in the story. But there should be some more murder mysteries that I can do. Here's one here. I'm sure there is, James. I'm sure there's hours worth of content like that for people to spend their time with. Dude, what silencer are you putting on the pistol? There is no like sounds of gunshots. Exactly, it's a secret formula for the gun that you put on the inside of the barrel and the outside of it. James, and here I thought Leonardo only upgraded hidden blades. You'll need it for your four-barrel hand cannon for Evian Syndicate. Yeah, the four-barrel. Speaking of barrels and stuff on weapons. Hang on, where are my weapons? The pistol I have, Arno, is the gold-plated one. Look how many barrels that has. A 9-barrel. Yeah, I know, right, James? It's like, holy shit. A gold-plated pistol. James, it almost looks like Omerta. Does it? James, like you don't usually use pistols because EV is sneaky as fuck, but when you need it, really like the quad barrel one has decent damage and range. Oh yeah. Some of the finishing moves too that you can do with pistols in that game are pretty cool. All right, so I know who the culprit is, but I want to go to each location just in case there's any music related to that location that might play. James, would you prefer Hidden Blade in the Kukuri of Master Assassin? That is one hell of a dagger. You know, EV10's more the cane ship, but for you it's kind of slow. That's definitely fair too, yeah. The weapon type that I don't usually use that much is the knuckle busters or dusters or bare knuckle thing, whatever you want to call them. Because I feel like it doesn't really, like visually, it just looks the same as when you're using your, what's the weapon? Um, or it makes it just look like, I don't know, it doesn't seem as oomphy as a look when attacking. Whereas I feel like when you have the kukuri or the cane sword, it feels a bit more impactful. James, even though the dragon cane looks super cool and have decent stagger, what would be a boom when you would find out that the dude passed out by natural causes, and you read that the staggers tend to open enemies for finishes, but it doesn't happen to you at all? Ah, that'd be annoying too. Sometimes trying to get things to work, there's like a little trick to them that they don't actually tell you. James, like you saw it in Eevee compilation videos and shit that it should work, but not for you, sadly. What works for you is when Eevee slices the enemy with a ham knife. Yeah, that can be annoying, trying to get something to trigger that won't. Because sometimes even seeing visually how it looks doesn't give you a clue as to how to actually get it to happen. James, well, there is some timing needed, you assume, but you're not good at time shit. That's definitely fair enough, too. Was it never in your wildest dreams did you ever think that you would be the type of girl who would want a home hair removal device, but here you are, late 20s. Funny how plans change. That's true. Yeah, things can happen like that as well, you know. James, damn, now you learned the infinite glide trick. By the way, did you play Gotham Knights or you plan to? I don't know about it, to be honest. Like, I sort of, not really into those styles of games. I do, Lizzie, but not all Batman games, though. Only Arkham Asylum, City, and Night. But Gotham Knights is a separate thing. It's a different universe. Well, I wouldn't go that far, James. I'm still an amateur streamer. But you never know. Like maybe one day, but it's not a priority. I won't. I don't think that's this type of. This is that type of game, James. In Assassin's Creed. So this is the culprit. But I want to wait until I've gone to all the locations so I can catch if there's any music that plays over those locations that is different from the other ones. The only way to know that is for me to go to each one. And now to go back to that spot, but without me talking over it. Definitely not, James. No. One more location to visit, and then we can go back to the location where the actual culprit is. The only reason I'm not worrying about reading everything is because in phase 1, I did all that. Because I did the murder mystery stuff in that. And I also did all this content to get the dialogue in French language as well. And that was in phase 2. Yeah, if you're getting like bodybuilder body as you went through the game. It's like in GTA San Andreas how CJ can put on all the muscle. Apothecary stand. Can't remember which one is the one, but it's not that guy. It's this nun. She's the culprit. Okay, we've done 50% of the murder mysteries. That's fair enough, Lizzie. Yeah, that's understandable. After a Merry Christmas. I think you're in the wrong part of the month. In the wrong month. Afro. Unless we were playing Assassin's Creed Syndicate and we got up to the part where Jacob is like, "What's this, Greenie? Assassin Christmas?" How's it going, Afro? Hey, Lucinda, good morning. Welcome on in. How's things? Unity is coming along really well. I was doing the Paris stories for the majority of the stream, so I only have, well, I think I've got like two, four, six, eight, probably like 10 left, I think, somewhere around then. So I've been working on the murder mysteries now, and I've got 50% of those done. But it's been going good. I had Arno wearing the yellow colors before, nice and bright. Yeah, Fro. Now I know why you said Christmas, because I got him in the red. Nah, bro, be better, Jacob. Be better. That's true, Lucinda. Yeah, the canary color. It was so funny. So I've gone from him wearing mustard to ketchup. Listen, the things are going well. Yesterday was a tiny bit stressful, but chill towards the later part of the day. You're planning on doing a double header stream this weekend because you're not going to be able to stream next weekend, it would seem, with IRL plans. So looking forward to a weekend of gaming. That's good that it ended up picking up. Still sucks though that you had to, have the bit of stress and stuff. But that's a great plan. Plan. Brilliant plan. That's really cool. That'll be a good way to get a lot of Hellblade 2 done as well. Hello, Dumbledore. How's things? Listen, so were you planning to do 100% of the things to do in this game to get all the music then? You realize not going for full sync or anything, but you mean just all content? Pretty much, even like the Nostradamus stuff, but I think in terms of like any music when you're finding the symbols, I don't think there's any music for that part of stuff, but I can't remember if once I've got them all done and then I go and get the outfit, if there's actually some music with that. And because there might be, I still need to do it. But in terms of getting those symbols, I'm going to do that off stream and use a guide as well, so it doesn't take too long. Yeah. Although, what I could do is just go to a YouTube video of the outfit being unlocked and listen to see if there's any music. Then I'd know for sure. That'd save me a lot of time, actually. That's what you thought, listen to. Yeah, yeah, it'd definitely make things easier because it's like, well, save a lot of time off stream even. Just need to hope that there's no music that's, well, I mean, if all the sound effects are on, then, but I won't necessarily know what is tied to the music volume only if just listening for it as well. Because there might be music when I watch the video, but when I actually have to get to the part in the thing, maybe that's assigned to the sound effects volume. Listen to maybe because of those Nostradamus puzzles, or if they really are, even with a guide, it still is very time consuming to try and get them done. Maybe you'll find a video guide where you'll see them picking them all up and they'll lead up to it. Yeah, because there's also the when you unlock the social clubs by paying money in the game, I mean, not real money. When you unlock those, you get missions with them. Now to accuse the culprit of the crime. The culprit was trying to frame the Marquis de Sade. Yeah, Lizzie, murder. The valet was sick of de Sade, and so what he did was he used the fact that there was someone that admired de Sade and wanted to emulate the de Sade, and so he figured that he'd use that character as like a scapegoat so that the suspicion would be off him and put onto that other person, but also to make sure that the framing of de Sade would match up with what the valet was hoping would condemn the Marquis de Sade. But the guy who wanted to emulate the Marquis at the last minute didn't actually go into the brothel. but the valet was still able to use that whole scenario to try and frame the Marquis de Sade. But he did not expect some man who runs around in a hooded costume bright that's red like this to come along and fuck up his plans. There's a new weapon. Absolutely. There's heaps of new weapons you unlock. But I've already covered all those in Phase 1. Showcased all the weapons, both in the modeling menu and also in action. Okay, I think what I might do is hold off on doing more murder mysteries for now, mainly because now that I think about it, I should, at this point, just check to see, off stream that is, watch some videos doing some of this content and just keep an ear out for any potential music to also hear if there's anything specific as well. Now that I think about what I wanted to do for the Nostradamus Enigmas, I may as well take the time off stream to actually look into the other side content, the rest that I have. Which means jumping back into the story. However, I want to take a break first before I do that. And that way I'll be able to take my break now in this sort of like section before jumping back into the story. Nah, bro, missed opportunity not having Hunchback of Notre Dame in the game. Oh yeah, nah, bro. Even if it was like some kind of sighting that people had. Oh yeah, absolutely, Lucinda. Hype indeed. But the thing about the story, and I'll have to stop and listen to the music anyway. But the thing about the story is, it's paced out pretty well. So I'm gonna go on a break, and I'm gonna make it a long break because I would like to stream for another couple of hours, maybe 2 hours and a half. So I'll go on a 15-minute break. I'll leave it on this screen so there's at least some audio to accompany. I'll also recap where we're up to in the story as well. Alrighty then, back from my break. Oh, thank you, Inmita. I don't know if you're still in chat, but thank you. I definitely had a good break. Hey there, Cheese Lid Mick. Thank you so much for redeeming the Arnie movie scene impression. Oh, very nice. Just let me know that you're still in chat so I can make sure that you're able to catch it, just in case you might have gone away from keyboard while I was on my break. Hey there, Myra. Yeah, still going to be playing for a little bit yet. I just took a break and I'm going to jump back into the story soon to do some more of that. How's things going for you today? Thanks for the welcome back, Lucinda. Thank you very much. Thief, you are filth. Die, thief. Yeah, that'd be right. The Royal Guard is like, how dare you do our jobs for us when we're not doing our jobs because we're too lazy to do our jobs. But we're still going to be mad that you did it, and so we're going to shoot at you because you did our jobs for us. All right, that'll be good for that icon to pop up for that murder mystery, just in case. Because when I finish the stream and I have a look at some stuff off stream, it'll determine whether or not I need to do the rest of the side stuff to catch the music in it. If you're still in chat, Chichlid, let me know, and then that way I can make sure that you can hear the redemption. Because I don't know when you redeemed it when I was on my break, but I'll just wait until I know that you're still there to hear it. Hello, Maxi. Welcome, dude. Thank you so very much for the raid. How was your stream of AC Valhalla? Welcome to you and your raiders. Hey there, Schiller. Welcome, dude. I'm doing well, thank you. Just not long got off a break, so that was good timing. It's going well, Schiller. I'm going to jump back into the main story. I did a lot of Paris stories and murder mysteries, and going to jump back into the story now. Oh, it's going great, Maxi. Yeah, it's going really good. got back from my break and I want to do some more on the story for the rest of the stream. And it's been interesting listening to the music when it does play and hearing little bits here and there and stuff. Hey there, Ave. Welcome on in. How's it going today? Oh, very nice, Maxi. It was good? Excellent. That's good to hear, dude. You did the Sussex arc and rescued Sigurd, but he has gone a bit cray-cray. Oh, yeah. I am a Roman Mars. Yeah. It's like, calm down, Sigurd. Calm down. It's all good. Unity is coming along really well. I need to have a look off stream at some of the side content moving forward to see if there's any new music and whatnot. Because if there isn't, then I won't worry about doing what I have left. But I also need to check to see if the Nostradamus Enigmas have any music related to them. And even if they do, once you get them all done, because you need to go and unlock the outfit, and you need to do like these 3 puzzles of different styles to actually get the outfit. So Shishlid, I don't know if you're still in chat, but I'm going to do that redemption anyway. But if you happen to come back in, I won't mind redoing it. So Shishlid redeemed the Arnie movie scene impression. Okay, so I've got one. He was a good man, a flatulent man. Can you hear this? Help me! Get me out of here! My God, this man's not dead! Get out of the way! This man needs a doctor! Out of my way! This man needs a doctor! I'm a doctor. You're a doctor? Yes. Check his chin. Doc. The doctor has fainted. Can somebody help this man here? I take the corpse. I mean, the patient. Look, an elephant. Hold it. Don't shoot. He will drop Leo. Don't shoot. Oh, shit. Thanks for redeeming that. That's from the movie Last Action Hero. Abe, it's going good. Slept for 1 to 10 hours, so 10 hours, so your energy is high as can be. Well, that's definitely good. It's good that you got a lot of sleep. I'm doing well today, Ave. Things are going good. Making good progress in Unity. Maxie, you're going to go get some food, dude, so we'll leave a lurk. Thank you for the shout out. That's absolutely no trouble at all, dude. Thank you so much for the raid. And definitely get some food into you. I hope that you enjoy your nom-noms. Thanks for leaving the lurk as well. Listen to you blinked and Maxi raided. You gotta be quick. That's for sure. It can be quick. Hey, Ogorki, welcome on in. How's your day going? Cubby Jojo, thank you so much for the follow. Thank you. Oh, that's good, Ogorki. I'm glad that you're going good. Listen, you were watching over there when you went on your break. Then he went on a break, and by the time he got back, he'd raided. You love the timing of that sometimes. How it just seems to fall into place. I'll do a recap of where we're up to in this story once we get closer to it, to the next mission. Shirley will still pretend that Rod has captured Arnie and Bane in his basement and he isn't faking the voices but force them to talk into the mic when something is redeemed. What a plot twist. That one was actually one of the new ones that I got because when I looked at IMDb for Last Action Hero, that whole scene wasn't actually in the IMDb quote section. So that's one of the ones that I looked at a scene on YouTube from the movie and transcribed so I could have it because I'm compiling slowly but surely a document that I can just jump straight to. Because there's some scenes from his movies that IMDb only has like one or two lines from, and I know that they're longer. So that was one of them. Such a great scene, though. For those who don't know what's happening in the movie, basically there's this mob boss who has died, and in his body is actually a bomb that this other mob boss wants to use to blow up everyone who's at the funeral. So Arnie's character has to stop the bomb from blowing up, i.e., the dead body from blowing up. So he pretends like the dead body isn't actually dead, and that there's someone that the body's still alive, and so he needs to get him to a doctor. Then a real doctor actually shows up and says, "I'm a doctor," and then he sort of has to think on his feet. And then what he does is he makes the doctor look at the guy, and then he knocks the doctor out on purpose, and then pretends that the doctor fainted. And meanwhile, the whole family of the mob, they realize something's going stupid, and so they pull all their guns on him, like all these people, even old ladies pull out their M16 and all this kind of stuff. And there's this big shootout and all that kind of stuff. And it's one of those really funny sort of moments in that movie. This man's not dead. Help, need a doctor. I'm a doctor. You're a doctor. Uh, check his pulse. The doctor's fainted. So we did sequence 1, memory 1, sequence 1, memory 2, sequence 1, memory 3, and Arno went to the ceremony for Elisa's initiation into the Templars, but Arno didn't know anything about the Templars at all, or the assassins either. But her father gets assassinated, and they frame Arno for it. So I did sequence 2, memory 1, and sequence 2, memory 2. So Arno gets out of prison. He met someone named Bellic, who was an assassin, who knew Arno's father, and knows all about the assassins, of course, and teaches Arno all that kind of stuff. And then Arno eventually escapes with Bellic out of the prison there. Then I did sequence 3, memory 1, sequence 3, memory 2, and then the server bridge, where Abstergo in present time were doing a server sweep, and so the person in present day had to make sure that they got out of the area so that the server sweep wouldn't pick them up. So we did that part. And then sequence 4, memory 1, sequence 4, memory 2, where we found out about the King of Beggars, and we went there and we assassinated him. And there was an assassin that was sent to kill the King of Beggars, but failed, and we find their dead body. And then the pistol that assassin had, Arno brings it back to the mentors, and they basically say, "Here, you keep it. It doesn't it won't do anyone any good moldering in a crypt." And then sequence 5, memory 1 is what we're up to now. So there's basically a silversmith that Arno's going to go see about a weapon that killed Monsieur de la Serre, which is Elisa's father as well. So that's what we're up to now. Alright, so this music has well and truly looped now. Lizzie, you need to go get some sleep. Good luck with the game, Rod. Thank you so very much, Lizzie. I definitely will need the best luck I can get. Thank you so much for being here. I really hope that you have a good rest of your day or night.
Do you like scary movies?
What's the plan? They're all the same. Some stupid killer stalking some big-breasted girl who can't act, who is always running up the stairs when she should be running out the front door. It's insulting. Thank you, Dr. Darling, for redeeming those from the movie the movie Scream. Sorry, Scream. I was going to say Scary Movie, which is a parody of Scream. But thanks for redeeming those, Dr. Darling. I don't know, got fucking stuck on the friggin' wall. Took me a while to get him off of it. Listen to all lies. It sure is. And then more lies on top with what he just told Arno there, using Lafreniere as a scapegoat. That's very true, Schiller. Nothing is true. Everything is lies. In Deus Ex Human Revolution, there's the part of the game where Eliza Kazan is this news reporter, but she's actually a holographic, like an AI hologram thing. And then one of the lines she says to Adam is, "Be careful, Adam. Everybody lies." Something along those lines. Listen, Arno has no idea. He definitely doesn't. He's got zero idea at all. He's just oblivious. As Latouche says later, when we hear him talk to the other Templars, he's like, that's the thing with assassins. You point them in a direction and point them in the direction of a Templar conspiracy. They can't help themselves. She'll like, oh no, you look good in that dress. It's so funny using the disguise and the different things you can do. It'd be so funny too if you could actually, they'd have to mod it, but if you use the disguise near a dog, that'd be so funny to control Arno as a dog. Listen, you're eating tortilla chips and salsa for breakfast. That is a great breakfast. That sounds really delicious. Yeah, it's definitely got the "this is fine" kind of vibes there. I'm glad I had the outfit with the red coloring for that whole part. Indeed, Lucinda and Dumbledore, dance, dance. That's the thing, too. It's a good thing I had a lot of health because doing a music playthrough like this, it's not just play as you normally would, and then whatever music you hear is all. I want to try and get the whole piece of music, so it means I have to stall and come up with ways to make sure that I'm not missing the full scope of the music. So that's why I have to do things like not progress further, stop and wait. So I figure I may as well make the character look like they're dancing in the meantime. Hey there, AC. Welcome on in. You're eating pretzels and Baja Blast Mountain Dew. Well, I hope you're enjoying it, AC. I hope it's delicious. A real cat jam, indeed, Lucinda. Ahoy there, Grace. How's your day going? Or how's your morning so far? Welcome back, Sona. You just came back from the bar. Good seeing you, boyo. Yeah, still alive. Still going for a little bit longer. Wanted to make more progress in the story. Now, bro, you died a bunch here when you got when you first played. Like, where the fuck do I go? I don't blame you, you know, and especially too if you're trying to get the optional objective, trying to figure out where all the spots are you can do the over or under pass. Hey there, Stardust. How's things going today? Welcome. Grace, there is coffee, so morning is good. Excellent. That's definitely a good start to the day. If you can get some coffee into you. It's only yours. An early one, though, as it's on the 16th. That won't take long to come around, though. It's crazy how quickly a month can just pass by. The interesting thing is that once you do that mission, you can no longer go inside that structure and actually have a look around. The Prophet. Rodrigo Borgia in Assassin's Creed 2 is like, I am the Prophet. Stardust, would you guys say that the AC Unity wouldn't have happened if Connor never stopped some or most Templars in AC3? Or is that not a direct result of Connor? Um, I think it's really complex because from the perspective of when they wrote Shay, it's like having a puzzle already completed and then trying to jam in a new piece and trying to come off as if it was always meant to be put into that puzzle. That's the analogy I would use for when they decided to write Shay into that timeline with Hatham and all that kind of stuff. So I don't know what Connor would be doing that would directly relate to whatever Shay was doing or anything like that. And I don't think Ubisoft would even know. Um, but the tricky thing with narratives is that you're always locked into what has been written. And so not everything that's been written has a thought process available for people to actually find out. And so if you were to ask whoever wrote the story for Shay what Connor was supposed to be doing or what Hatham was supposed to be doing outside of when you see him in Rogue, I don't know if they wrote that much. I don't know if they wrote a backstory to work off of from. Because the thing was with that game, they were rushed. So I don't know what kind of story notes they might have had when they were constructing the story. But in terms of like Arno and all that kind of stuff, like Arno was just a child when Shay killed his father. And so he was so young that in the years since, he's just grown up how he has and not knowing anything about the Assassins or the Templars. It's not like anyone told him about it growing up. So from his perspective, Elisa's father would just be someone of importance who was, rich. And that's who he grew up being under the care of. And because he knows nothing about the Assassins and all that kind of stuff, there's no way for him to have interacted with any of the Assassins, at least in a direct way. You could probably write a story about Arno when he was a kid and have Assassins looking out for him, but as far as I know, there isn't even in a comic book that talks about that stuff. But maybe there is. I don't know. I don't read comics. But yeah, I don't think there's anything that Connor did or didn't do that affects what happens with Arno's story and all that kind of stuff as well. So no 38 revolutions around our sun. That's a good way to put it. Yeah, Stardust, that's the funny thing, like sometimes they don't have music at all in some sections. That's true, Lucinda, yeah. That's on the horizon. So no, oh man, you might have gifted a bit early. Well, a very, very unbirthday to you. Very unbirthday. Shirley, you love the disguise ability. It's so much easier to get into places. Stardust. Wish it was longer though. Yeah, you can actually affect how long it lasts based on one of the gear pieces that you can get. Um, I don't know if it's chest or here we go. Yeah, so if you look at this outfit, for example, if you look at disguise duration, you can get it fully upgraded to 100% as well, and that'll improve how long the disguise will last. The moment you kill it, disappears or climbing stuff. That's true, and that can be annoying too, Stardust, because I've had it where Arno has slightly stepped off of something and it's undone the disguise. Yeah, Lucinda, now suddenly music. It was funny because I wasn't sure whether there'd be any music that would play when I got to those workers, or if there was going to be music when the fight started between them without them knowing that Anna was there. And then I was like, okay, so there's no music for those scenarios. What happens if I just get into combat and the music that we heard with combat we've already heard before? So now out of the 363 days of the year, one has one birthday, but what about the other 362 other days? That math is beyond me, I'm afraid, to work that out. That is a lot. I'm going to go to the hiding spot that I like to use, because Lafreniere just comes directly straight past this. Alright, so I'm going to listen for the music, of course, with Lafreniere walking around until it loops or stops, and then I'm going to do the assassination on him. Just put it there so I can respond to chat. Because what's going to happen is once we get to the next part, it's going to be the second server bridge, I think. So a very, very unbirthday to all. I forget what that's actually referencing. You'll have to remind me. Now, bro, you're watching a YouTube video about Arno, and they brought how Arno was so dismissive is that he was accustomed to violence because he was born and grew up in the revolution, thus not really having the want to go after Dad's killer. Yeah, that's definitely something that is a question. It's like, the only thing that I could also add is that because he was so young when it actually happened, as he got older, because he was just so used to how he was brought up by Elisa's father, the strong desire to get revenge or anything like that probably wasn't in him because really, like, I don't know, it also depends too on how much information was given to Arno growing up because, like, how do you explain to a child why their father has been killed? Especially if you're a Templar and you know that a Templar did it and you don't want the child to know anything about Assassins and Templars. Like, how do you tell that child what happened? You know, do you just basically lie, which I assume is what was done to Arno? It has to be because, you know, otherwise Arno would know about the Assassins and the Templars. He didn't know about that until de la Serre was killed, and then he was put in prison, and then he found out about the Assassins and Templars because Belek, who knew Arno's father and was an assassin himself, obviously, told Arno about all this stuff as well. You know, the only person out of the two of Arno and Elise that knew about the Assassins and the Templars was Elise, because obviously her father wanted her to become a Templar as well. But he would have instructed her not to tell Arno about the Assassins and the Templars either, because I feel like he just wanted to keep Arno completely out of the whole conflict completely, which is ironic because he ends up becoming a part of the conflict ultimately. But I think that's one of the themes about this game's story is that sometimes through not meaning to, certain things can come about, you know. So Arno didn't mean for de la Serre to get killed. He didn't mean to not give him the letter. He didn't know how important it was, you know. If he had known, then maybe he would have done more steps to try and get the letter to de la Serre, you know what I mean? And so there's so many moving parts that you have to look at as well. And so because he doesn't know all that information until later, he wasn't able to do the steps necessary to actually make sure that nothing wrong happened. Not that he literally himself could have done anything in terms of like fighting, but in terms of like letting de la Serre know, hey, here's a letter for you. You really need to read it. It's really important because someone is going to kill you. You know, like he doesn't know that information. And so you've got those things which are out of Arno's control that he had no idea about. Sheila, he wasn't born during the revolution. Maybe he never went after his father's killer because Monsieur de la Serre told him something that he would take care of it. There's no proof for it, but it would explain it. That's a good point too as well. See, a lot of this stuff, it hinges on things that we don't actually have proof of. It's all just filling in blanks, coming up with theories. And the thing is, you can come up with whatever theory you want as well. But because we don't have the concrete conversations, it'd be a different story if there was like an entire sequence of this game's story dedicated specifically to Arno's father beyond him getting killed, you know. But the thing about it is, if Arno knew that it was a Templar who killed his father, he would probably want to do more things. But he doesn't know who killed his father because he couldn't have been told that he was a Templar, you know. I mean, what do you say to Arno? Yeah, you know, your father was an assassin, I'm a Templar, and I'm talking about telling him at a young age, like, you know, I'm a Templar, your father was killed by one of us named Shay, and so, you know, da-da-da-da-da. So you don't have that as a thing that never happened for Arno, you know, so you got these elements that you can only really guess, and the guesswork, you know, is where it sort of like gets very iffy, because you don't have anything concrete. No, but it would have been interesting if Delasair killed his dad because it would have added to conflict between Arno and Elise. Well, that's the thing. Like, there's so many things that they could have done, but the thing is, a lot of this hinges on the writers of Rogue, not the writers of Unity. This is the problem. Like my analogy of having a puzzle that's complete and then coming along and trying to jam a new piece in, and then pretending that that piece was supposed to be part of the puzzle all along, is how things went. You know, Unity was already locked in. They'd already written the story. They were already written Arno and the whole scenario. It wasn't like they were like, we need to make sure that we wait for this other game to be made first and then change our story. It was like it was already locked in. So the writers of Rogue, it was their job to look at what Unity had done and then decide, is it good to put Shay as the killer of Arno's father? Is there anything in Unity's story that will help actually explain why Arno doesn't go after Shay as the killer? So this is the problem when you just want to do something to create some connection for a cross-promotional thing, where it's like, we want Assassin's Creed Unity to come out for next-gen consoles, but we also want another new Assassin's Creed game to come out for old-gen consoles. And instead of just keeping the two completely separate, let's just piggyback the character from the other game into this other game just to make a connection, to make cross-promotion, without actually thinking it completely all the way through as well. And this is the whole problem. And this is why there's so many people that are like, well, how come Arno doesn't go up? How come he doesn't know that Shay's the killer? How come Shay doesn't come back? And, it's because Shay wasn't written when they wrote this entire story. And going back to my analogy of a picture puzzle, the puzzle that's complete is Unity. The piece that they're trying to jam in and then pretend that it was supposed to fit all along is Rogue, and so that's what causes all these sort of like issues. There is ways to sort of fix it, but we don't actually have any of that to piece together and say concretely that this explains why Arno doesn't know about Shay. This is why Shay doesn't come back again. This is why Shay doesn't come back to finish Arno off, just in case Arno wants to get revenge. But there's none of this kind of stuff, Until there is, that's a different story. But at the same time, like, I'm not saying you can't make theories up. And I'm not saying that, you shouldn't. But you sort of got to look at what there is and then sort of like accept that there's just some things that you're not going to make fit because there's not anything to let you know from the official side of things what happened. Yeah, Stardust, it's just one of those things, but that's the thing. Like, if you want to fit something into something already written, you need to come up with ways to make it, do, and all that kind of stuff. And it's not 100% on the writers too, because like, it's not their fault that they were hired and given a short amount of time to come up with something. Because I imagine, there would have been shortcuts that they would have had to make in their writing. I'm just assuming, like, I don't know for sure. It's not like I can ring up them and say, hey, did this happen on the writing project and all that kind of stuff, but not giving them like a whole lot of time to iron a lot of stuff out as well. Thank you, Stardust. But yeah, and there's always going to be things that, you can say, well, this changes this based on this theory and all that kind of stuff, but we don't actually have anything concrete. But the whole thing is, though, it is a fact that Shay killed Arno's father. So whether it is done in a way that fits properly is irrelevant, because it's not something that is non-canon. It actually happened. It's just that there isn't any smooth way officially that has been revealed as to how things work in that way as well. And so, like, in a perfect world, if they knew from the start what they were telling the story with Unity, and the writers for the other game started development around the same time, then they could interweave it, Then they could be like, okay, we're going to come up with a new character named Shay. We're going to make sure that he's the one that kills Arno's father. Oh, okay, so you didn't have any idea who was going to... Okay, cool. So we'll make it that Shay killed Arno's father. Now, is there anything in your story that could contradict this or not make sense? Yeah, we don't actually have Arno going after his killer. Okay, so we need to fix that. Then we need to come up... Like, if they worked in tandem and they were able to do this, then maybe they could have done something. But this game's story was already locked in. They probably already did all the performances as well before they started coming up with Shay for Rogue, But if they had started development at the same time, both the story and other aspects, then they would have been able to do a much better job. But as it is, Rogue just piggybacks off of Unity and says, this character from Rogue, he killed Arno's father. Good luck with sorting that out, story-wise. See ya. Now, bro, your headcanon says no. Well, that's definitely fair enough as well. All right, we have a lot of points to work with. That's a good point too as well, nah, bro. But that's the thing, it's like cross promotion. We want to have two games come out the same day, and people who did have both consoles could play both, and those who didn't could just play one, or the other. Sheila, okay, Roger, getting your day started. Thanks for the stream and have a good rest of your day. Thank you so very much, Sheila. I definitely will. Thank you for being here too. I really appreciate it. Would like to definitely recommend people check out Sheila Locke's channel. He's doing a variety of different games. He likes to do games like Euro Truck Simulator 2. He's also a fan of the Dead by Daylight franchise, also a fan of the Assassin's Creed series, doing different kinds of playthroughs, doing challenge runs, things like that. And he's also a fan of Supermassive Games' Dark Pictures anthology. So that includes games Man and Medan, Little Hope, House of Ashes, and The Devil in Me. He's a great streamer with a really cool vibe and also a great channel to go and lurk into if you'd like. So definitely recommend. Oh yeah, Sheila, that's all good for the shout out, dude. Absolutely no worries at all. Nah, bro, it's like putting pickles in a sundae. Ugh. Yeah, I know, right? It's like these sort of combinations where it's like, no, that combination should not be combined. Don't want to accidentally fast travel into the DLC just yet. Hey there, Rasp. Welcome on in. A blind man walks into a bar, a chair, and a table. Hello, how are you today? Oh, I'm doing really good. We just got an assassination done. Lafreniere is no longer there, so he's gone. How's things going for you today? I got ahead of myself actually. The next server bridge happens a bit later. It was just the new skills that they give you that happens after that assassination. I like Mirabeau's dialogue, where he's like, "No more rash action." Hmm? The way he goes, "Hmm?" always sticks out to me. And then Bellic's response, where it's like, "Next time you circumvent the council, I'll rip your new fucking asshole," something like that. Raspef, you really like the old Assassin's Creed games, the fights where you can take on 50 enemies by blocking and counterattack, made you feel so powerful. Oh yeah. And then you get like the introduction in Brotherhood of the chain kills, which is really satisfying too as well. There you go. Thought so. When I was on my way to this location, when I passed by the Royal Guards that were sort of alerted a little bit, there's a little bit of music that played, and I thought, maybe there's a bit more of that music. So I thought, when I get to this point, trigger that music for being sort of like not fully detected yet, but just enough until it looped, and then get detected fully, and then wait and see and try and get like that full bit of music as well. So that's the other tricky thing in trying to do a music only playthrough, because as I said before, it's not just play through the game like you normally would with just the music only, and however much music gets heard is all that gets heard. It's also, what can I do to make sure that the music keeps on going until it's actually fully done, or it just starts to loop on itself. And sometimes it comes down to having to be sort of like mindful of how far away you are from the next objective so that you don't accidentally cut the music off before you've heard the full thing. So there is a little bit of sort of like, um, not skill, but you got to be sort of mindful of how you're progressing through if you want to get the music to trigger and not get cut off because you've gone too far or you weren't detected fully and all that kind of stuff. So now that I've covered that, can move on. Nabro stares in dramatic. That would have been a perfect exit if not for that sniper guy. And I was hoping as soon as I had Arno be at the ledge that he'd be close enough to do a ledge assassination, but the game thought otherwise.